Hello everyone, and welcome to Fleet Time Ramblings 42. Very special ramblings this week. For a few reasons. Also, first of all, hi! Real Fleet is here. So, yes, my ugly mug for the first time. It's not just Dr. Clark who gets it this time. So, we've got to keep things going until the rest of them show up.
Right, great.
But, of course, they will all show up eventually. Hello, Dr. Clark! Finally we meet, face to face. God, I'm hideous. Oh dear, I do like a good laugh.
It's all complete face reveal, it seems, for the second time.
Oh!
Hello.
And a surprise
Hello.
guest I wasn't expecting. James Phillips, the shipyard.
I also thought, Clark, you had pneumonia.
He does. He's just here. Because he's here.
I have these pills. I have these pills. I have these pills. I have these pills because of the reaction of the other pills. I have these pills. This is one of 3 inhalers I can't.
You can't really blame Dr. Clark. He's got all the things.
I am on so many drugs.
The man is on all of the drugs.
So many drugs. So many drugs that actually, this is the interesting thing. Talking with some of the doctors, they're still not sure why I was not being kept in hospital.
There we go.
They decided
Ramblings is go.
I truly am a product of my family, in that I absolutely do not, under any circumstances, admit that I am unwell.
Oh yeah, no, completely the same. You have to literally knock me over to stop me. Like I have to be.
I've never seen a consultant emergency doctor face go so white as when I'd been in the hospital for 8 hours, and they kept me in the waiting room. When he took a look at my X-ray of my chest and saw how much pneumonia I had, and it was sort of going, but you've been walking around and holding doors open for people and being polite. Yes, that's what you do. But you've been walking around. Yes, why wouldn't I? There were pregnant women and old people who needed seats. But you've been walking around. Again, pregnant women, other people with actual serious injuries, older people, they all need seats. I'm male. Under the age of 40. I am pre-programmed by generations of my family. You will not find me sitting under that scenario. Nice way. For me to be sitting in that scenario, it would have to be one of my legs was severely damaged, and I couldn't physically be walking around or standing.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to let me just see if I can remember. Someone else I need to ping as well. Yes, there we go. So I need to ping Glenn Stewart quickly to let him know this is going down.
Do you know what the worst thing is? I'm not allowed to drink this for a couple of days.
Oh dear. Well, that's no good.
It's terrible.
Oh, good lord, that's... And to think I stocked up on the heavy stuff to make sure I was ready for this one.
Don't worry.
I have the heavy stuff. I have the heavy stuff in case I need it.
You do. You do have to realise that Iron Brew is actually my stabiliser. It calms me down.
Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Well, it's not... Well, okay, I would point out this isn't a Fleet face reveal. My face has been on other ramblings before, so... So, we've got to pass the time until the shipshape crew show up.
Well, actually, there is someone here who could already come up and could be invited up.
Who is it?
There is Timu.
Oh yeah, Timu's here. I'll bring up Timu. Oh! I keep forgetting that he's here. Shipyard's here. I might as well bring him up as well, because that'd be hilarious. If you don't mind, Dr. Clark.
Timu, by the way, is the person who my mother keeps looking at pictures of and goes, he is stunning. He has got a girlfriend, and I don't think so from chatting with him.
Oh, good lord.
we'll have to invite him to the UK. I'm sure there are some in the cousins who he would like.
Oh, it just...
My mum has decided Timu looks like a lovely young man. And a very outspoken, upright young man. So, I'm just going to say that
Fleet got the spicy apple juice. What?
Yes, Fleet has the spicy apple juice for this one.
Maybe I should get my mint choc chip Baileys.
Yes, you probably should for this one. Well, first of all, you and Foxo are going to be managing the horde when all the people show up, and I ping the entire server.
It's not going to be that bad.
You think so?
Back to the second water.
Right,
It's going to be fun.
Yes.
How do I sound? Because I've had to change the voice changer to get a discount.
A
It
little.
sounds like she's on helium.
Yes, a little more high pitched than normal, but overall fine.
It's not as much high pitch as it was previously, but still.
Well, the topic for now is we're basically in a holding pattern until the other shipshape lads show up at about 8 o'clock, half 8.
Is this going to be the more in-depth Scandi trip one, I presume?
Yes, this is. So we are currently we're currently in a holding pattern for now until that time. However, I have a treat. Because all of you people are the loyal ramblers, most of you show up week on week on week, I've got a present for you.
Concern.
Please don't be a phallus.
Shh, James, for goodness sake.
Now, where
well, that's going to be here anyway as part of the shipshape crew. The entire server will be notified when they show up, and so there'll be an influx of people coming in, and presumably a flood of questions about the Scandi trip. But for you 8, I'm going to give you top billing because you 8 show up on the regular. So please write a single question about the Scandi trip for the shipshape crew, and I'll put them on a Word document, and they'll be the first ones that I put to them when they're all here.
There it is.
Oh, the Scandi trip was when the shipshape crew, which was Drac, Dr. Clark, the 2 Dans, and a bunch of others, went away to Scandinavia to look at boat stuff. Dragon, no, no, not doing that, not doing that. Not doing that, not doing that, not doing that,
but it was
not doing that.
so worth it.
This is Fleet, not having it, not having it.
Oh no, that's planned for some other point in time.
Oh, that...
It's just
That's some point later on.
No, if I post an image from, if I post an image of that, it tends to make you want to rip your hair out.
It doesn't make me want to rip my hair
Can I
out.
just ask something?
I've got
Just quickly. Does someone have a mute button for me if I start coughing really badly?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Because I have all I have all the power here. This is my domain.
You say that. You say that. I've got a little button here that makes me take. Go on, Clark.
I think this is one of the reasons why the medical staff were feeling a bit bad, because literally they did sort of ask me to wait outside a bit because of the cough. Because it was upsetting.
Dear.
It was disturbing the waiting room. And so I was literally sitting on a bench in the ambulance bay outside for most of those 8 hours when I wasn't walking around. And yeah, then they finally give me a chest X-ray, and I'm going.
No.
Expletive. Yeah, sort of.
If you want to know how much life could get worse, there is Dr. Dan has arrived by that point. And I do note that my treatment, he arrived within 30 minutes. I was suddenly being seen by a doctor. They were not sure about giving an X-ray. They explained, they'd say, I think an X-ray is a good idea. Gave me the X-ray. And then, every time I tried to make a prescription, I had to argue with him.
Oh, good lord.
This of course happened on Friday when all the servers were down. So they have access to know the medical history.
Oh.
He, of course, knows my medical history backwards and forwards because that's what he does with people. He gets your entire medical history from everyone. And he's going, no, that's not a risk factor in his case. He has this. No. And it was really funny watching him in professional mode. because he's one of the nicest people you ever meet, but he also has the nicest medical put-downs you could ever hear. I think that's a lovely idea, and in another patient that might work. However, in the context of this scenario, and it's devastating.
Yeah, look, okay, I am banning all reference to that for this Ramblings. I am banning it.
Oh.
I have esteemed guests coming, and I am not going to have that mentioned while they are here. That is for later. That is for later.
So the plans to make... Okay, Sidious, that's an interesting idea. Make the next Hoi game Torment fleet with nothing but those designs.
Great.
Sorry, but I seem to have missed. What's going on?
Oh,
it's a bit of a running joke.
Basically, I got exposed to something, didn't quite realise what I was looking at. Then I accidentally exposed Drac and Dr. Clark to it. They realised what they were looking at, informed me what I was looking at, which caused me to lose my marbles. And apparently now Andrew Lambert and Norman Friedman also want to look at it. With me and Dr. Clark and Drac, which is, well, it knocked me for 6 when Dr. Clark told me about it.
There's a few more characters who might be involved.
Oh god, no! Oh, what's the expanded list this time? What's the expanded list got to now? How many people are coming round?
I've expanded this to the group of people who I used to play, once played some D&D games with on a television set.
Oh, for the love of Mike, don't tell me I'm going to be...
So I'm not going to name names, I'm not going to confirm or deny. I'm just saying there are some really interesting historians and history-associated people who really like the idea of taking this one down.
Let me guess.
He's about to enter B7R.
Let me guess, you can't name names because they would be known to people.
It's also more amusing to see you squirm.
I don't like squirming. Now listen here. Now listen here.
Just to give a quick bit of context.
Sorry, we're going down the rabbit hole anyway.
No, I'm not. I'm just going to literally say, basically.
You've started it. We won't. You've started it. We've got to. You've started it. We've got to pass time.
If you wish.
Yeah, you've started it, which means the question.
Sure
no, you've signed our death warrants.
It's only a death warrant if the executioner goes through with it.
I'm the executioner. Don't forget. I'm the one with the pick.
Yeah, but it was an executor.
Not
some sort of legal challenge
not
going.
The giant knife.
What?
The executor. The giant knife.
I'm more meant in the legal term more than necessarily the ship, but hey.
Oh. Right, anyway, so... before I get on a sidetracked, and before Dr. Clark nobbles me with yet more people who are dropping into my life, who I may or may not have heard of, send me a DM, please, because it'll send me into a tizzy anyway. Get the adrenaline going for later.
You know, Brackman Studios, I'm surprised you didn't send the It's Treason Then one.
But, yeah, so... Yeah, at some point, apparently in December, at this point, given how many people are apparently turning on, I'm probably going to have to run a panel and stand in front of it with a projector at this point. At the rate things are going.
Yeah, there we go, Sidious.
That's good fun, that is. Highly recommend.
Oh my.
Technically speaking, Steve, it's not I don't think Police has revealed it before, and Petchington managed to make many a meme out of it.
Oh, sweet Jesus, Dr. Clark, you can't be serious. Really? You're not joking.
Here's a question, Fleet.
You're not messing with me, you're being serious.
Anything but serious.
Well.
Like Dr. Clark can joke about things, but he's nearly always serious.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, okay, alright. This is happening, I guess, maybe, somewhat. Alright, sure.
I would say that person is probably going to be the most difficult to schedule in, so it's a case of interested, but we'll see.
Yeah, probably. Right, okay, so let's get cracking. I need to distract myself from what I've just learned.
Glory to the Dark Angels there, Brackman.
Okay, so questions. Let's have questions. Let's pass the time before the other blokes show up. We've got to get to about 8 o'clock, and then that's when they'll start filtering in. So that's an hour and 40 minutes. Shouldn't be too hard.
Please give us questions so I can feed you all misinformation.
Can we turn Fleet's face into a VTuber model?
That's already happening, apparently. I didn't ask for this. It's just happening.
My mother has ideas for you, Fox, so she is going to track you down when she's not dealing with moving a house and a son who decided to give himself pneumonia. She does find it interesting that I can never give myself a regular disease. I always have to go for the extremes. I've said it's because mere flu can't knock me down or things like that, but no. No, she doesn't appreciate it.
No, I didn't want this. I never asked for this.
In a nice way.
It's being not so much forced upon me, but politely encouraged to be accepted as a nice gift.
It will be presented in front of him as a tribute, with a minor sword hanging over his head with a string.
Sword of Damocles. That's what it is. Right.
Ignore the mice with scissors.
So, what Civix asked, what's on today's panel?
Stop.
What is on today's panel is the discussion of the Scandiship trip, but we are waiting for the rest of the shipshape crew to arrive. On the panel today, we have...
Can I just say, let's start off with Timo, because he was the most recent of the people we abducted on these trips. Because the thing about the shipshape crew is when we go on these trips, we do abduct people. Shamelessly.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we do.
And I hear apparently your mom is looking for a girlfriend for me.
Yeah, she's decided you're very lovely. She can't imagine why you haven't got a nice girlfriend, and she wants you to. She's gonna get you to come to the UK, and she's sorted out. I should warn you now. Stay at the women in my family. I love them dearly, but remember, never get in a fight with them. They're all heavily armed and heavily trained. Run.
Oh, I have gathered.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify, Fleet, for the moment, are you accepting more general questions?
Yes, it is general questions time for now. So we are...
Just confirming. Then you've got a couple so far. One from Gunnery Officer and one from Aki.
Okay, your typical officer asked, do you think the Sky Flash is... Well, actually, first things first, because I'm doing this properly, because this is a rather big panel, allow me to go through them. Starting from the top down, we have Dr. Alex Clark, 80 Naval History. You all know him, you all love him. Basically, one of the co-hosts of Ramblings at this point, given that he does shows up for all of them.
If I don't, my mother complains.
Yeah.
Which does make me... This always the amount of these conversations make me sound like a mummy's boy. And it's a case of, no...
She's just
in the nicest way.
She's just terrifying.
Yes.
Lovely, but terrifying.
I'm sort of imagining if anyone in the chat's seen it, that's it you're putting on the maid outfit, where it's basically the anime girl with a shotgun. No, you are going on random ramblings.
No, it's actually more Helen Mirren's character from Red.
Oh, I see. Okay.
She just happens to dip over, but cross that with someone as your perfect idea of a sort of British grandma who enjoys baking, etc.
Next below him, we have Timu Locker, a Finnish person kidnapped off the street by the shipshape crew to act as a guide.
Voluntarily abducted, actually.
Voluntold.
Below him, we have James Phillips, better known to some of you as the Shipyard, the owner and proprietor of the Shipyard YouTube channel. Good friend, and we did an excellent ramblings on the Salamis class battleship and the Turco-Greco arms race a good while back. So make sure you check that one out, because that was a really good ramblings. Had a great time with that one.
We're friends?
I think so.
Close enough. Acquaintances, maybe.
Below them, we have the Troublesome Twosome, Foxo and Dragon. You know him, you love him.
I have the attitude of a landmine.
And trying to stop that landmine exploding is becoming more and more difficult.
Right, okay, so let's get cracking. Your typical gunner officer asks, do you think the Skyflash is a better missile than the Sparrow M variant? To tell you the God's honest truth, I have no idea. The two missiles are unknown to me.
Horses for courses, different targets, and different situations.
Completely out of my area of any knowledge, though, unless anyone else has any ideas.
Akazuki, we'll move on from that, we'll come back to that later maybe. Akazuki asks, what if Bismarck waited for another battleship to be able to then...
Can you rephrase that question again? It was Skyflash versus...
Is a better missile than the Sparrow M variant. Isn't the Skyflash just Sparrow but British?
Yes.
So,
It had a British different sort of seek system, but it was they're pretty much the same. Honestly, there's not enough difference in their performance stats.
And that's all, folks.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes they are as simple as that.
Yeah.
Other times they go on half-hour rand.
Yeah, it's the case of you're talking about a British variant of an American system. It usually comes out as the British orientated around the British needs, which will be similar but slightly different to the Americans. So it's going to be half a dozen one, six of the other.
Yeah, basically.
That's basically it. It's trying to explain that sometimes to people because they're looking at ships and they're going, "Is this the best ship in the world?" or "That the best ship in the world?" I go, who are you asking for? Because if I'm the Irish Republic, I do not want the same ship as the United States of America. Having an Arleigh Burke would be lovely for the Irish, but it would completely take up their entire defence budget. A single Arleigh Burke would wipe out the Irish defence budget. And so that's not suitable.
Wipe out most of the Irish budget total.
Yeah. Akazuki asks,
Ireland's a very small country when you get down to it.
It is. Akazuki asks, what if Bismarck waited for another battleship to be available then to sail out? Well, that basically means either waiting for Tirpitz, or that means waiting until the Scharnhorst are repaired. No, that's never happening. Bomber Commander's going to make sure those ships basically are never in a state to leave Brest.
I think for Tirpitz is probably a better option.
Yeah, so if she waits for Tirpitz... well, the thing is, the British can match any sortie by the Kriegsmarine. That's just... that they can. But the difference is, if it's Bismarck and Tirpitz sailing together, probably with two hippers, that's basically the home fleet just going, no half measures, we're just going, all of us are going, we're going to meet them in battle and we're going to crush them. Like grapes.
It's a different sort of scenario. So basically what the British always do is they're overmatching their opponents.
Yeah, exactly.
In this zone of Germans. So there's a reason why at Denmark Straits there are two heavy cruisers and two capital ships there. A battle cruiser and a fast battleship. Versus the Germans' battleship, fast battleship, and its heavy cruiser. The problem is, the two cruisers weren't allowed to close and engage from the other side, which would have been the British doctrine. Because it was decided to make it a neater engagement. But also, if you think about that, even if they got it wrong, then Bismarck would have been dealing with 8-inch shells coming on from it, from one angle. Because if they still got the order wrong of which way the cruiser and which way Bismarck was, they would have just, for Prince Jürgen, even if they got them mixed up again, they're still going to be fired at. And that's the whole reason you have the cruisers do that, to basically divide the enemy fire and enemy attention. The British have a lot of doctrines for how to deal with service raiding task forces, because during World War I, the big killers of merchant ships were service raiders and mines. Also, surface raiders cause far more disruption to your convoy routings than submarines do. Because submarines, you can't route around, you can only route around in the void if you have the intelligence of where the submarine is. Which is great once the Germans discover that they can micromanage their submarine fleets from a distance. It makes it so much easier. I mean, literally, if you ever want a demonstration in how not to run an armed forces, they have some great ideas, but
They just
trying
never...
to micromanage them is... Well, we always talk about Bletchley Park, about Enigma and breaking Enigma. the vast majority of submarine position analysis was not done by breaking the codes. It was literally just by watching the volume and the direction of signals, where they were going and where they were responding from. And signals traffic analysis was it. And that told the British far more about the operational capabilities and where the Germans were.
That's one of the things Coastal Command was doing, wasn't it? Does I recall? Like, there are a few big, sort of big war rooms where they basically had maps for all of it.
So did the Admiralty. The Admiralty had listening stations all up and down the UK and all around the world. They had land-based listening stations, which were just listening for radio transmissions the whole time. Huge antennas, which is one of the reasons which caused the trouble for the Germans with the British radar system, because they took it to be probably something to do with ship tracking, because they're looking at the sites and they know the Admiralty maintains all these sites, and then they see these other sites going up.
And they think that
and they presume that the reason they presume it's a dispute between the Navy and the Air Force over who has control of tracking information. But actually, the British just decided radars go with the RAF for air power. Any surface search radars that are put on the land were usually run by the Army or Navy, depending on who was nearer, who had the nearest base to support it. And the listening stations, the sea listening stations, were run by the Admiralty. And very quickly, they were all run by Wrens.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Very quickly.
But yeah, basically, the basic premise is if Bismarck interprets sail out with escort, Bismarck interprets just suffer the same fate together. Like, there's very little chance of them getting back to port unless they do a complete 180 and return to port after sighting British vessels and just run.
So how long would they actually have? How long would they actually have to wait for Tirpitz?
She's working up. She's in the water, but she's working up. Whereas Bismarck is fully worked up.
At this point, if Tirpitz is being worked up, and they will know, because intelligence is how they know Bismarck's coming out, they'll know with Tirpitz if she's coming out as well, but they know the combined force and what it's going to be. They'll have things like Furious will be loaded up with a strike wing. They'll have every carrier they can, so they'll divide the fleet into a slow fleet and a fast fleet. The modern carriers, the King George V's, and renowned Repulse, renowned possibly Repulse and Hood will all be grouped together as the fast group, and there'll be a slow group. Centered on some R's, some Nelson and Rodney, and probably some Queen Elizabeth if there are any available. And we'll have the slow carriers, we'll have Furious with them, etc.
Yeah, and at that point it's just...
Yeah, I was asking when exactly would you say, so they can check the OOB for the home fleet at the time.
Well, the OOB will be different.
Sort of random estimate.
The OOB would be different.
The order of battle will be it will be different. It'll be adjusted. Things like Force H would suddenly have been joined in.
Yeah, this is the thing. If the Germans are waiting and consolidating, so will the British.
Your fast group will probably be directly commanded by Tovey, with Somerville as second in command, and we'll probably have Ark Royal and Victorious with it.
Yeah,
as well.
Sounds about right.
Plus, Shiny Chef is probably leading the light cruisers, and that's not a good combination for anyone to find Shiny Chef there. And combine that, and Tovey is many things, but he's going to play it in completely by the book. And by the book in this circumstance will mean that he will do the whole thing of there will be airstrikes, then the fleet will turn up, and whilst you're fighting one side against the capital ships, you will find screaming in from the other side cruiser attacks.
Yeah.
And destroyers doing whatever destroyers want to do. Basically, probably he tells someone like Vian, who might well be the senior destroyer commander at that point there, go play. And you don't want to do that with a mass pack of British destroyers.
No.
Because under those scenarios, that's what a British would be. Because let's be honest, you've got the chance to destroy the two biggest German battleships in one go. The morale value for that is amazing, but the strategic value of that is insane. You can wipe out half the German heavy units in one battle. You can basically Narvik their capital ship forces.
Yep,
You're going to
basically.
chuck the resource into it. That's going to be your priority, and that's the thing. The British can chuck resources into it. Yes, it means other operations won't happen at the same schedule, and there'll be things which will go different elsewhere. But the value is that, after that, pretty much you freed up Britain from having to have more than an R-class wandering around in the North Atlantic, because Sharnos and Eisenhower, only one of them's ever going to be able to come out, and she's the one. That's the one armed with 11-inch guns. Maybe have a King George V as a rapid response.
Yeah. That's your lot, basically.
Because you've also got the whole thing of if there is more ships, there's less likelihood for anything to happen to Hood.
Yeah.
So the Germans can't even claim a. Well, we at least managed to sink the pride of their fleet. So they go, no, you've lost the biggest, best ships that you keep bragging about.
Yeah.
You had nothing to show for it.
There'll be no Bismarck
Now what?
meme, thank goodness, in this timeline.
Look at what Toby did in his original battle plan when he did sink Bismarck, which was King George V stood off bombarding away and Rodney closed to kill. Now think about it, he's got a fast battleship slash battlecruiser line of Renown, Repulse, Hood, and 3 King George V's. What's he gonna do?
He's gonna hit him, and hit him hard.
Yeah, but he's also in a nice way. He's gonna have the battle cruisers do the distance thing like King George V did in the Battle of Bismarck, the sinking of Bismarck, and the King George V's are going to take on the role of Rodney, and are going to close the killing range. And at the same time, they're going to be dealing with whatever people like Vian are doing with their destroyers.
It would be interesting to say the least, but the Germans would not be having a good day.
Yeah, that's what I never got about the sinking of Bismarck. Why was King George V? Why was the King George V chosen to stand back and bombard, and Rodney?
Who has the tougher armor?
I thought it was the KGVs.
Have you look at an Elrod's armor profile? And look at the Kit Bismarck's guns.
But from what I've seen, they're both resistant to the Bismarck's guns. Sure,
Yes,
it makes
but-
sense to keep the 16-inch guns that can do damage at range, and
They had
push
the-
forward the
they had the
14-inch
lightweight.
guns.
They did still have the lightweight shells, though.
They're still 16-inch guns.
Yeah, but also you have to remember, Rodney is designed to close in so many ways, because whilst they still have the same arm profile, she has an all-forward armament, and she can close at a far narrower angle and present far less of a target as she closes, which makes it more difficult to engage her as she closes. Plus, the way her armor is structured is, you can hit her from the front, you ain't going anywhere. So, the thing is, Rodney can do that.
Especially nautical. I don't even know if Rodney and Nelson have conning towers in the traditional way.
The British did remove a lot of their conning towers from their ships. I think the Nelsons had them originally, but they did get rid of them.
Basically, they found the senior officers weren't using them.
With the best one in the world, it's really easy to understand why. Being in a conning tower massively decreases your visibility, ease of command. And with the best will in the world, I'm sorry, but if the conning tower saves you from a hit, you're still going to be incapacitated because that thing's going to ring like a bell on the inside. Even if it's
4-inch. I think it's like 2-inch.
If it stops the shell at all. Whereas if you're on a bridge and an armor-piercing shell goes whistling through the bridge, that's the thing. The AP shell goes whistling through the bridge. It likely may not detonate.
When the armoured conning tower stop shrapnel from like near miss hits.
It would, but
when
then
the bridge isn't going to stop any shrapnel.
Well, true, but even a 1-inch
falling.
bridge but even just 1 inches around the bridge would be enough, and that's a pretty easy thing to make on a Queen Anne's mansion.
yeah.
Like 1 inch is splinter-proof.
Yeah, that's basically it. Right, so I think we're basically all of the opinion, unless
one's pretty well covered.
Unless anyone that wants to disagree, that the Germans get their nuts handed to them on a platter. So what's next? I'm going to skip that one because that's about text and it's about some modern thing I don't want to cover.
1590, yeah.
Yeah. So, your typical gunnery officer asks, do you think the Seafire is the best carrier fighter in the Pacific in 1945, or is it hands down the F4 Yugoslavia F6F? No, it's not. It's the F8F Bearcat, which is coming on strength in 1945. That's what it is, hands down. With respect.
Seafire ain't bad, but
With respect,
yeah.
the Seafire was a flawed concept. It was a rush job to get a high-performance fighter on British carriers. The Seafire conversion of the Spitfire was just...
The early conversions were, but I'd say the later ones weren't actually too bad because they weren't properly redesigned for it.
They never fixed the
So it's a
landing
bit
problem.
late, I would argue.
They never fixed the landing problem, unfortunately. And that's just... If you're losing aircraft to that many mechanical faults, it's a problem. The RN got better use out of the Corsairs and Hellcats it got than it got out of the Seafire, to be blunt. In my opinion.
I have to double check with those, but I'm pretty sure some of the ones which weren't converted didn't have as many issues. But as I said, that's something I'd have to go fully check into.
Darth Sidious has a question for... sorry, before I move on, does anyone else have any questions or opinions on that? Before we move on? Nope? Okay,
I think
right.
that's pretty good.
Right, moving on. Darth Sidious asks, Dr. Clark, why didn't the Germans, for the Mackesons, hang on, let me rephrase that. Dr. Clark, why didn't the Germans, for the Mackesons from the beginning, go with 15-inch guns instead of the 13.8s?
Save money.
That's a fairly good reason.
That's it. Saves money.
Yeah.
It also saves a little bit of space and a little bit of weight. But realistically, once you dim the size of the Mackesons, it's money.
Garius is here. Excellent, so we'll bring him up. The numbers grow. Soon it will be time to reach critical mass. We're not there yet, though. Right, where are we? Right.
You have got a team that most of the team, barring one of the Dans, who were the ones who literally walked into a museum and found a giant British built submarine looking at them and went, we didn't know this was here.
Yes. Yeah, that was... Yeah, we related that last week. That was an incredible find.
First time I think in this entire ship-shaped trips that me and Garrus have both been struck silent.
Damn, that's impressive.
May I?
Yes, go.
When Alex saw the sub in the first time, he was just taking it in like 5 to 10 minutes in total silence, looking at it. And I haven't seen Alex, being so stop in time in that long period.
And Timu then was because Timu also then followed Garrus around when he was going for his first wander round, and yeah, I think you had a similar reaction, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, I like a sexy old-fashioned submarine, and that was a very sexy old-fashioned submarine. As I say, you take a U-class and you give her a much nicer bow, and suddenly you have like a submarine that looks like straight out of something you'd get in an anime or something.
Hey, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it's like they went, you know what? We'll build this pretty.
Let's make the nicest looking diesel boat we can.
Yeah, it is. It's like if you're going to make a Hearts of Iron 4 model of a boat, the fact that there isn't a DLC for it. In fact, it's not in World of Warships. It's pretty sad.
It's a shame.
What type of sub, sorry, is it?
This
what
is
is based off?
So it's I forget what it's called. Was it the Lembit?
Lembic.
Yeah, and she looked to me very much like she was based off of the old EU class out of Barrow, the 1920s, early 30s versions. Slightly extended conning tower at the back.
I'm just going to let you gentlemen discuss that for a second. I have something important I have to do for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but she's been clearly built and rigged with a basically a semi icebreaker bow. She's designed to bump into things into the water in a way that most of those boats aren't. And she was rigged for mine laying both top and bottom. So she has those kind of nice side pods you get on a kind of slightly exaggerated classic submarine. But she's an absolute beauty. So yeah, the Lembic. I will dig out some photos and ping some into the chat.
She's gorgeous, just gorgeous, and we did manage to talk our way into going up on. They have this beautiful arch, which is the height of waves in the Baltic, and
Maximum height.
yeah, and we basically we went up it to get the photos, and me and Gareth again were very, very close, very, very careful coming down off there, because neither of us wanted to damage the photos we'd taken.
Makes sense.
We've both been kind of careful. It wasn't we're being careful on this because of our own sake and our own necks. No. The photos.
There, I'll ping a couple of photos up into the Theatre at Sea text chat so people can see. We've got more of these. They'll go up for backers. The downside of these trips is you end up with so many photos and videos. It takes you months to kind of pull them together and work out what you want to share and what you don't. She is an absolute beauty. And I'm open to everyone else here, but I mean, I don't think there's another one in the world that's like.
No, there isn't.
So top
There's
tip,
quite
if you
a
are in this
Good. Things haven't exploded in my absence.
Yeah. So
No, but
top
we
tip,
are
if
looking
you are
at
in
some very cool
Estonia,
pictures.
go to the museum.
Oh, I see what you mean. She looks lovely.
Yeah, and you haven't gone to see her. I don't understand. You go to Finland regularly, and you haven't
Regularly.
gone across Tallinn. It's a day trip,
Regularly.
and you could have seen her, and she's gorgeous.
I have been to Finland once in my adult life. That was this year. And it was a trip to visit family. I managed to pull in a little bit of naval history, but unfortunately, I couldn't swing that. Wasn't in the budget.
Late.
The thing for
Next
us
time-
it was
next
like
time
the
you're
last
here-
day on our trip. Crazy.
Yeah,
I will make sure
we were
that we
literally
got
told to do
talent.
it by the Finnish Navy. The Finnish Navy are the ones who told us you really should go across there. It's a really good little museum. And you want to across there, you just go. I have to say again, we have learnt a lesson for future. In future, when we are organising these things, we need to work through the local militaries.
Yes.
Because they seem to know their history, the local history museums and all those things far better than anyone else does. And it was like, apparently, are there some Commonwealth war graves not far in Tallinn?
There's definitely a few there. I think. I mean, I didn't manage to get into town. I was busy looking at the submarine.
Because that was one of the things they actually recommended to me there, because I said you were interested in those. And it's just a case of there's so much history. If you go and look at the tourist board, they don't tell you about.
Impressive selection in the other half of the Maritime Museum of labels for tins of canned fish as well. Which I always like that with maritime museums. It's a sort of, you can tell the psychogeography of a place. Like, what is its maritime culture? Is it emphasised on sort of the military? Is it emphasised on trade and everything else? And Estonia was a really interesting mix of the two, and they're very clearly very proud of their canned fish industry. And there's some beautiful models of like various ferries and various freighters as well. It's lovely.
And
Fantastic.
of course, there was also the coffees that we found, the coffee display, which I'm going to leave you to speak because if I talk
Yes,
too
you brought,
much, I will
you
go
brought this
not
up
coming.
previously, and it was very curious. about their absolute addiction to coffee.
Oh,
That was actually
yes.
the Finns, that was Helsinki.
Yeah, I found
yeah,
that. It's not blood alcohol that people need to be concerned about, it's blood caffeine.
Yeah, I mean, basically the first coffee shipment after the end of the Continuation War was tracked nationally on its inbound journey.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that.
To the
Yeah.
point. Yeah, to the point where they actually had to put armed guards on the docks to make sure that the locals didn't just come on and steal all the coffee, and it got actually distributed in a reasonable way. Basically, the Finns' approach to coffee in World War II period is very similar to the British approach to the shipping of tea. I mean, tea in the UK had a higher shipment priority than munitions for most of the war.
Yeah.
You know.
We can bear anything as long as we've got tea.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was the dreaded X-blend was the last position they were worried about on that. That was if we run out of enough, you can have your ration tea, but God forbid you'll get to a point where you have to start selling people just mixed tea blends from their ration. That was the X-blend, and it was seen as the pool tea scenario, as it was known, which is always a bit of a horrible thing.
Yes. Well, pleasure to meet you, Gary. It's for the first time, properly, face to face.
Yeah, no, it's nice to having listened for long times. It's nice to.
How many people have been listening to me that I don't know about?
Yeah.
More than you might think.
I normally catch up on YouTube because it's like otherwise I need to know what Alex is up to at any given time.
That's quite funny. Oh dear. Right. So, very quickly, I'm just gonna crack through some more questions while we're waiting for the others to show up, now that we've discussed the submarine in a little bit of detail. So, next question is about from Frywind E 13109. Has a question regarding the seaplane tender USS Currituck. How long did it stay in service? And what sort of aircraft did it service that we know of during and post World War II? Well, I've been doing a little bit of digging on the Pedia of the wikis, just while you lot were discussing the submarine in Tallinn. And from what I understand, during the Second World War, she didn't operate any specific aircraft. She just tendered whatever seaplanes came to her. She was decommissioned in 1947. And then she had 3 separate periods of recommissioning. She served through most of the 50s till 58. Then she had a recommissioning from 60 through 64. And then she had another subsequent service through 65 to 71. And then she was broken up for scrap. In regards to her World War II service, from what I can see, she basically was a floating, basically base building for whatever seaplanes happened to be in the area. Her service during the Cold War, I think, seems to be as a central point for US flying boat operations wherever she was based. Her complement seemed to primarily revolve around P5Ms for the majority of her Cold War service, which makes sense as the US was, until the advent of aircraft like P3 Orion, other long-range land-based maritime patrol aircraft, the US did actually hold on to and maintain a sizable flying boat fleet into the 70s, although beyond that point you do see them start to wind it down, which of course then leads to them winding down the tenders required to operate it. That's about the size of it, basically. Unless anyone else has anything they'd like to add, any tidbits they know.
Well, the flying boat specialist here, and seaplane specialist, and generally everything specialist on the interesting stories, is actually Garrus, who has all sorts of interesting history and a history there.
Yeah, mine's more B134s though. It's clippers. I'm your clipper man.
I do love a good clipper. Well, in that case, then we must be something of rivals, because I'm an airship man through and through. You can keep your clippers. I'll cruise across the Atlantic in an airship. Thank you very much.
Hey, let's play for both.
Lord.
You know what? I'll. You know what? I will. I will.
Is going through letter columns of American like passengers and going through the equivalent of TripAdvisor in like 1934, and just reading all of these accounts of these journeys from like Germany to the US, and it's all like, you know, it's great going on the airship, but good God, the food is awful. It's totally German. You know, it's because it's that expression of Germanness. So you sat there kind of, you're an American used to these big hearty breakfasts and dinners, and suddenly you're eating bratwurst and pickled cabbage. It's a bit of a culture shock.
Overliner, always better.
It's slightly less exploding, which is always useful.
Yeah, well, you know, you have the icebergs that need to be dodged and all that, so...
There we go.
Yeah,
the poll is up.
Yeah, but at least with a...
Vote now on your phones.
Most likely.
Where's the swimming option?
Genuinely makes me sad that we don't have any surviving Boeing 3.
Oh, come on! Am I the only person travelling on the Hindenburg? Are the rest of you going on the Queen Mary and the Boeing 314?
Because the Hindenburg did the funny thing and went up in flames.
Once.
Queen Mary's still here.
Yes, and remind me, remind me, Fleet, how many times it flew after that.
Yeah, but I would remind you how many times hydrogen-filled airships didn't blow up.
Right, Concorde only had 1 or 2 major accidents, and that basically took it out of service.
Great.
All it needs is one big accident, and that's all it takes. Where's my Titanic option?
It's the mid-30s. It's the mid-30s. Titanic's long gone.
No, in that case, Moe, where's my, what's it called? Olympic, is it? Is she
Olympic's gone by this point. Olympic has gone, sadly, by this point.
I'm trying to remember which is the one that survived.
It's
there's a
Olympic.
good song about it.
I really do like. I came up with a lovely little bit of a statement to sum up the Three Sisters. Titanic hit an iceberg. Britannic hit a mine, and Olympic was just prone to hitting things.
There's literally a whole song about it, Fleet.
Olympic sucked up all the luck and just went, I'm gonna ram everything I want and I'm going to survive. Lead ship
Olympic
syndrome.
was that one sibling in an action movie where 2 siblings get killed. And then it's, I've got a very particular set of skills.
Yeah, that's about right.
You don't know me. You won't know me.
White Star Line.
Yeah.
I
Right.
think you also have to remember the fact that SOLAS was also a thing about this point, which made, ironically, ocean travel a lot safer.
Solus? What do you mean?
Safety of life at sea.
Oh.
It's the standard act that any given vessel on the high seas has to abide by, in accordance with 1913 when it came into effect in the wake of Titanic.
Oh. Can we get a bit of a TLDR?
Shout out to the Rex Museum in Stockholm on that one. If you're in Stockholm or get a chance, go to the Rex Museum.
Oh, we'll come to that, absolutely.
Museum to Vasa. But it's they've got an incredible exhibit on the sinking of the Estonia in the Baltic, one of the worst civilian ferry disasters in the Baltic. And the exhibit actually just contains like the audio logs playing of all the other ships responding to her distress call and closing on the position and trying to find her, and ultimately only finding the lights of a few survivors in the water. And it's one of the sort of simplest but most kind of incredible bits of sort of maritime exhibition I've ever seen.
Campania reached her first, didn't she?
I can't remember who reached her first. It's quite harrowing, like kind of just listening to it.
I think it was Mariella that was the first one on scene.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think it is. It's Mariella. If it's either Mariella first or Mariella that ends up calling it.
Yeah. I remember that morning rather well. I was tuning in on my Walkman on the news all the time when I had the time from school.
But what actually happened here? I've never really heard of it.
Well, basically...
bow came off.
Yeah.
Carpathia. It was Carpathia.
Carpathia for Titanic, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean... Oh, not... no, you mean... oh, you're talking about the other one, aren't you? The...
No, we are talking about the Estonia.
Estonia.
Basically, the visor came off, and because of the ramp was poorly installed, that it basically didn't seal properly, and because of the waves in the northern part of Baltic Sea is really high, and the distance between the wave tops is really short, so you get this bang 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 thing on the front that basically is a hammer hitting metal to an anvil. So
yeah, I mean,
you can figure the rest of from that.
Traditionally speaking, you know, you can only survive losing your bow. So even if you're HMS Eskimo, you can't do it if you're a MS Estonia.
I think I've actually seen what's it called. That's the thing about the Estonia.
It's a bit of a...
It's always tragic hearing about maritime disasters and how they actually occur.
Yeah.
The engineering behind it is just... Unfortunately, usually it's something incredibly simple.
Yeah, well, it's like the old Swiss cheese theory and all of that, but you definitely get it with Estonia, as Timu says. It's like it changes bow design because for ferries, because you just realise that just that level of pressure pushing upwards in the wrong way
can cause massive damage.
How good your metal is. Yeah, it just ruins you.
I'm pretty sure.
Alex, you're muted, by the way.
I think he's. Yeah, I think Dr. Clark is. Dr. Clark still here, or is he talking to somebody else?
He is, but I can't hear him.
I think. Ooh, he must have his reasons. I'm sure.
So yeah, going back to Estonia, her construction actually added a completely new chapter into SOLAS.
Oh wow!
They realised,
Can you hear?
that's how bad it was.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, good.
You were saying?
I think there's all...
Where are we? Okay, yes, right. So I'll keep talking. Are you looking up something on Estonia right now? Because if not, I won't go off topic. I'll do something around it. Right. Okay. So she was a train ferry, wasn't she? I think, or was she not?
A cruise ferry.
Ah.
She's a cruise ferry.
There it is.
So yeah, you're kind of classic ferry. I've stuck a link up in chat for people who want to see a bit more about her or whatever. But yeah, one of the kind of classic Viking line ships.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, I found what I was looking for. So it turns out that it brought in the ISM code, which is the International Safety Management Code, which then went into SOLAS as Chapter 9. And basically, Estonia is the quintessential case study for it just to come in.
Right.
What does that bring in? Is that to do with the way that they transmit positions?
So the objectives of the code are to ensure safety at sea and the prevention of human injury or loss of life, avoid damage to the environment, in particular to the marine environment and to property, provide a safe practice for ships' operations and safe working environment, establish safeguards against all identified risks to its ships, personnel and environment, and continuously improve safety management skills for personnel ashore and on board ships.
Because one of the interesting things with Estonia is they really struggle to report
as well.
Yeah, they really struggle to report their position because they just lose power so quickly, and they're just not communicating effectively between radio room and everywhere else as to where they are. So when the radio operator manages to get messages off, the Mariella and others are saying, "Where are you exactly?" And they're not able to say exactly where they were because they just didn't have up-to-date information.
It's a tragedy, isn't it?
Yeah, Rex Museum in
It's a
Stockholm.
haunting thing to listen to.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's put a bit of a, well, I suppose, poignant mood.
But one of the things that's interesting here when we're going around, when we're looking at these things, is that you get the chance to look at this stuff, to learn this stuff, and you go, okay, this is how it's being displayed, and it's being displayed in a really good way in this museum, which is not the world's biggest museum, and definitely not the world's most well-known museum. And you go, well, it should be more well-known.
Yeah, I mean,
And that's the whole
walks past
point of the
Rex
trip,
Museum.
really.
Because they're going to the Vasa, they're going to the ABBA Museum, or they're going to the Viking Museum, and they forget there's this lovely little museum sandwiched in the middle, which is relatively new. And just has some lovely stuff on that. But yeah,
Has really lovely staff
Yeah.
who
Good t-shirt.
couldn't understand why we were paying off our entrance fees.
Excellent t-shirts as well. Highly recommend the t-shirts.
Yeah.
Really good quality.
And it has to be good because Agarius travels with the world's smallest luggage. And so if he buys a new t-shirt, he has to get rid of an old t-shirt.
Oh
So it
dear.
has to be good.
I travel hand luggage only, even when we're away for 3 weeks.
Oh wow. So moving
Honestly, can't blame you.
moving swiftly forwards with the forwards momentum that we are so known for on Ramblings, because we definitely don't get sidetracked on Ramblings at all in any way. Your typical gunnery officer asks, let me just make sure there's no questions on... Oh, Dr. Knight is banging away with questions in YouTube. Oh no, he's not. He's just saying things. Right, okay, I will come back to the Discord. Your typical gunnery officer asks, if the British Bomber Command could be transferred to the Pacific Theatre and use bases on Okinawa in June 1945 and conduct raids on the Japanese mainland, do you think the British bombers could do a better job bombing Japanese targets than the US B-29s? And would they also force LeMay to transition back into daylight bombing like in Europe, since the RAF would get mission priority now, or would LeMay disallow this move? The British Bomber Command brings literally nothing to the theatre that the Americans aren't already doing better with B-29s, to be blunt. There's no point in them coming over. The only reason you bring them is for downfall, just to bulk up numbers. For the strategic bomber offensive, you don't need them.
Yeah.
And also, you then have to base and logistically support them.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god.
So if you bring them, just remember that's a whole load of assets, which are now not able to do anything else, other than transport out supplies for them and transport them out.
It is worth noting that LeMay does actually quite like the Lancasters.
Yes.
There's the whole awful, utterly false rap about black Lancasters training to drop atomic bombs, which I can rant about for hours.
Oh
But,
yeah, don't. It's a thing by the person we don't
There's
name.
There's a genuine grain of truth.
There's a
in that,
list
which
of
they
those.
are-
That doesn't narrow it down.
They're
person who's-
backups for various parts of the mission.
Person whose intro music
okay.
is so generic that it's just...
Wait.
And he reads out of a Wikipedia article. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, with the whole
We've got to start
Lancaster nukes thing, what's the element of truth in it then? Because I thought it was all bullshit.
No, so the Black Lancasters thing is utter bullshit, and essentially that comes from the fact that I did actually do the historiography on that once and worked out the genuine true source of the one source that talks about it, and it's some rando farmer next to an airfield who says I saw some Black Lancasters at this airfield once. And everything comes back to that.
Oh my
single article
God.
in the newspaper, but then you get bits wedded on top of it, which, as everyone here and in chat probably can realise, like the least likely thing you are going to do if you're profiling for a secret mission is paint your Lancasters in a super secret black colour and then make them do things. But the grain of truth is that as the silver plates are having enormous production problems, they do have to think about a second mission profile that might be possible early on. LeMay, as much the reasons of politics as anything else, pushes the Lank as an option, because you can stage that mission with Lanks with difficulty. You need a completely different mission profile for it, but you can do it. And essentially it comes down to the conversations in Canada about could you theoretically attack, modify the bomb bay to hold them, and things like that. It is worth pointing out that the pilots that actually carry out the mission are actually trained on Lanks, that they are Lank qualified if they need to. But really, it never goes further than the paper stage as a thing to keep Boeing's feet to the fire. But it's one of those ones where, a bit like the question itself about moving kind of bomber command over, is one of the things I always get fascinated with things like this is people change one element of a plan and assume the rest of the plan would be the same when they do it.
Oh,
like
don't even get... Yeah, that's just...
Would the RAF flip to they get the night bombing. So actually, the whole thing changes.
Yeah,
The moment
exactly.
one element of that context changes,
Exactly.
the whole map changes.
Yeah, exactly.
You probably end up with a spheres of influence things, like scenario, where okay, we can bomb these targets best from our bases. You can bomb these targets best from your bases, and
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
what you probably do. You know,
what
be a
you
divide and
also-
rule scenario. So the Japanese were dealing with, oh good God, how much is coming in?
The other thing that gets overlooked is actually the RAF at the time are genuinely doing trials in in-flight fueling of Lancasters. They have functional in-flight fueling working for Lancaster bombers by the end of the war. So you suddenly have elements of, well, if you're going to do interesting things from over there, you base out of India. You base out the occupied territories on the peninsula. So yeah, it's one element changes, all elements change. Another really good example on that is I know that we were talking earlier about if, Renown and Prince of Wales and that survive. Well, if they survive, then you have a knock-on effect of it utterly changes the plan for D-Day. Because if they survive, then Ramsay hasn't got his favourite and best lieutenant back to run all of his beach operations and deal with the Mulberry Harbours. Because he's captain of, you can remember which ship it is, Alex, I can't.
Didn't think we got to that one just yet.
But yeah, there's just different elements to things that change, and the Lancasters is one of those. But yeah, it's the He Who Will Not Be Named classic, and periodically I used to have to debunk it on Twitter because
it keeps coming up in mine as well.
YouTube
It keeps coming up in ramblings as well. Keep having to debunk it.
I keep meaning to do a little YouTube video just to show all the sourcing on it and utterly debunk it. So I will try and get off my arse and do that at some point.
AMC Woods asked, and this will be a really quick, just one and done from me. What are your thoughts on the all singing, all dancing AIM-174B? Simply put, it exists. We can't know more than that because it's a brand new missile, so its specs will basically be whatever the US say they are, which is in no way close to whatever they actually are.
Did someone
done.
say standard missiles?
No, Sierra, now is not the time!
Sierra.
Now is not.
Someone
No,
said
I'm shutting it down. No, I want to move forwards. I've got things to get through.
You've still got time. You've got time.
No, I don't.
Anyways.
I could do a 60-second recap if you really want to.
All right, hit it. Do it.
Okay. So
Right.
AIM 174 is basically the main thing that really brings it to the table is that compared to something like a LASRAM, you can actually data link with an F-35 to it. So the whole thing is that for strike missions and or potential just anti-fuck you anything missile, you can queue off anything that you really want. So SM6's architecture isn't built in such a way that you could probably do stuff like regular strike missions to in-depth AWACS smacking. That's it. That's theoretical, and doctrine will tell.
Basically, it's a continuation of the idea which we've had going for many years now of what we want to do is have lots of different platforms which can fire lots of different weapons, and lots of different weapons that can receive data from lots of different platforms. So you can think you're jamming platform X and therefore it can't fire at you, but oh, thank you, it's getting information from platform Y. So yeah, it's going to hit you still.
Yep. It's all about that C2,
Anyway.
C3.
All right.
It's time for me to head to work, so catch you later.
Nice having you, Timu.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
At least we got to talk about Estonia while Timu was here, which was good. So thank you for having me bring him up early. That was a great shout. Where was I? Okay.
That's one of the
Yeah,
other
one more
things
question.
we have. I have to say, we do have a track record, don't we, of kidnapping people on these trips?
Did I ping?
We do have a serious track record for it.
Did I ping Glyn? I don't know if I did. No, I better
Glyn?
do it. I better do it. Just
Ping
in,
him, because
yeah,
he's looking forward to this.
just in case I didn't,
Our fir-
I'm doing it again.
Our first shipshape kidnap victim.
I'm also arguably a kidnap
Who we're
victim.
Kidnapping by his wife, who basically went, take him. He'll have some time off if he goes with you.
See Donners, that's funny. See Donners, that's funny. Ooh, look, a penny explosion. That's very funny.
me wonder what happened on that landing, though.
Yes, Drac.
Looks like something went quite badly wrong.
Yeah, that looks like a real zinger of a landing. Will Drac be showing up? Yes, he will. Drac will be showing up. Keep your hair on, boys. Calm down. Keep your powder dry. Right, so, where were we? Oh, yeah, so, good, actually, really interesting question from Cvix. A little bit random, but what was, in your opinion, the best pre-World War II submarine design, considering how much innovation it brought to the field? And the second one, what was the most reliable design, and which design had the biggest impact on the field? If you'll allow me, can I go first?
No.
What do you mean, no?
I'm only joking, carry on.
Good play, though. For me, personally...
Gareth go first.
Okay, I'll let Garius go first.
Oh, no, I know there is now only one pre-war boat that I will ever love again, and that is the EML Lembit. So, you know,
Okay, all right.
I'm excluding myself from the comments. If we were going on to that, though, I mean, I think you go I go type 2. I just think it's so influential.
For me personally, in terms of innovation, it would be probably the since I'm going to do flex, I'm probably going to be the American fleet boats once they get into their stride. The line that would lead to the Gato and all the ones that were built prior to American entry into the war, because you really see them. Because these boats really show that, yes, you can actually have your cake and eat it in terms of a large submarine that can dive relatively quickly and have long range and serve in any ocean you want. Yes, they're designed for the Pacific, but you can send a Gato or a Balau anywhere. Second one, what was the most reliable? Personally, most reliable for me is Type 7, whatever mark you like. Given how those boats would basically run into the ground, used horrible fuel, worked in the North Atlantic and the Bay of Biscay, were run ragged for most of their careers, did patrol after patrol after patrol after patrol, came home badly battered. I do have to give a shout out for the Germans for building a tough, punchy little boat. And the one with the biggest impact during the Second World War, the late war German boats, Type 21, and the other ones, basically for what they bring to the concept of the submarine as the war's winding down. That the boat can remain submerged, the boat should remain submerged, and the boat should be prioritised for being submerged. Anyone got any thoughts, comments, critiques?
U-class already been built with that as the idea to operate submerged, and probably the best British submarine design, pound for pound, of World War II in terms of reliability and number of kills. V-class continued on from that, and basically it goes U-class, V-class, then eventually A-class post-war, and most modern British design can trace its way back to the U-class. I would say the trouble, with quite a lot of history, and this is something I've had chat with Jairus about several times on these trips, is the idea that a lot of the stuff gets focused around the German construction, because that's kind of a good thing to make the case for your own construction, especially when you go, well, the Soviets have got this, so they'll be basing some of this, so we need to invest our money in our own submarines. And so it becomes a mantra that it's the late war German boats which really set the stage. And then when you look at it, you find that the British were already heading in that direction doing work, the Japanese were heading to that direction doing work, and no one's mentioned any of the Japanese boats, and they're very good the whole way through the war here. And the Americans were also heading that way, and so were the French and the Italians. The Italians, remember, their boats could actually get out to the Mediterranean. The German U-boats rarely could get out of the Mediterranean, because usually the underwater currents were too strong for them to actually get anywhere. They'd just get caught in the middle of the straits, and the British would go, hello.
So
Have you heard of our friends' depth charges?
So what do you reckon about my comments about the Type 7s and their reliability? Anything to say on that? I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong.
I mean, I would agree with you. I mean, I always come from this stuff from a politics and logistics, and you get the boats and you use the boats you can, or in anything. And I think the Type 7 is a fascinating contrast to the German tank industry. in terms of actually turning around and going, we just need to build something that works really, really well, and we keep building that and we keep incrementing on it. But yeah, I mean, I think you've got a solid shout when you say that Type 7s are arguably one of them. They are iconic, and I think they're iconic for a reason.
Yeah.
I
just think the late war designs of the Germans get too much credit.
Yeah, you are probably right there. You are probably right there, but I did kind of go to them as a go-to, basically because they're well known to the layman, and then it gives you an angle to jump in and go, aha, fleet butt.
In response to your thing about how none of the Japanese subs we mentioned, I very rarely find Japanese submarines ever really talked about too much in contrast. In most circles I've been part of. It's because
their contribution to the Second World War, while important, is nowhere near as flashy as the Battle of the Atlantic or the US submarine campaign in the Pacific. And the Japanese really didn't start building submarines equivalent to the boats of, well, how do I put this? How do I phrase this? You don't start seeing boats of similar sizes to, and I mean this by going down. You're looking at, like, the Japanese have their larger submarines, and Japanese subs always tend to be on the larger side, even their fleet boats that aren't their long-range cruiser subs. So that aren't Type Bs or Type Cs.
That's because of the distances involved in the Pacific versus their logistical.
Oh yeah, completely. But when you do start seeing the Japanese pivot back to the smaller boats, you really start to see them cook. Like, some of these smaller boats they built towards the end of the war were very, very capable submarines. Exceptionally so. Rubber-coated, quiet, fast. Like...
I think also that counts in the Type 7's favour again in Back to Things, is you have to look at where can this boat operate. And you can use a Type 7 pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
You know.
Although they are optimised for the North Atlantic. They don't really have the range to step out beyond the North Atlantic. But again, that's not a weakness. The Germans knew what they wanted and they built it. You have the Type 9 for going and menacing the Caribbean or the South Atlantic or the Indian Ocean. That's what the Type 9s are there for. Fleet has his face out, break out the veins, and Fleet is bright red. Yeah, I've been working a solid... I've done a solid 8 hours in a warehouse, which has been very warm. So, yeah, that's why my face is red. I've been doing physical labour for 8 hours today. So, that's why my face is red. I've been working.
You can work?
Yes, apparently. Oh dear.
What's so
Your typical gunnery officer asks, question, do you think the early US jets like the P-80, Banshee and FH Phantom 1 could compete against the Me-262, Meteor and Vampire? Yes. Absolutely. There's no doubt in aviation circles that they could. Quite easily.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, at that time, what you're going to get is a lot of people flying past each other at very fast speeds, unable to do anything.
Well, no. I mean, jet combat was... You could do jet combat. It's not that much faster than piston. Jet combat in the Second World War isn't so much about a vast increase in speeds. It's more about a jet aircraft's ability to hold energy and keep a high speed throughout its entire operations, compared to a piston engine aircraft, which is gaining and losing energy. Jets bring much more energy conservation to combat.
They bring a doctrinal change as well. And I think that's the thing that does take some time to bed in.
Yeah, because forgive me if I'm wrong, but didn't they find very quickly that with jets, I think it's something like the time to fire, that the time you have on target goes from several seconds in your average piston engine aircraft to a second or less. We're attacking piston-engined aircraft with jets.
Yeah, that's basically it. If you bring the speeds back up, it'll get better again. But for pistons versus jets, it's...
And then they found with jets that gets even slower. That gets even lower because the opponent's also travelling at high speed. And that interval of time when you can actually shoot them goes down and down and down, which is why aircraft cannon change the way they do.
Yeah, and as I say, it also changes the way you have to train your pilots, and you're then, how you're training them to lead shots or not lead shots changes. And actually, what's really interesting is looking into, if anyone here in the UK and you've not been down to the de Havilland Museum, which is in...
Where's that?
Hatfield, I think?
I hadn't even heard of it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's in Hatfield.
Yeah, I can't recommend it enough.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. But what they've got there is they've actually got some original trainers and reconstructed trainers. And I think what you kind of people tend to underestimate is how hard it is to actually train pilots before you get nice, big, sexy two-seater planes and better training doctrine and virtualization and even just kind of automation to a level. You are, to a certain extent, dragging things around car parks and having people try and pretend to shoot at them. But yeah, de Havilland Museum's a lovely little museum, and it's got some really nice stuff there. It's all, it's relatively open, relatively off.
I'll have to mark it as somewhere to go then. Went to Elvington not too long ago near York, and that was wonderful. But,
you got Eden Camp up York Way as well. And the old Italian prisoner of war camp is up there as well.
I
are very much like
I genuinely didn't even know there was something like that near up here.
Yeah. This is why
even as someone who lives in the York, there's a lot of small videos you just don't know about.
Yeah. This is why I like taking. This is one of the reasons why Gareth coming on these trips is always so good. It's because he and I both are museum geeks. We do enjoy going to all the museums, and we will find all the little museums we can wander into. And it was fun. We had fun a few times on the trips by finding some very interesting war graves and things. And I remember when you and I had one day while we were in Narvik, we went for a walk, literally to go see the war graves. Commonwealth war graves, and we also found a train and all sorts of other little bits of history in Narvik.
Train?
While we were wandering around.
Train? Did someone say train?
And then
neural activation.
On the mountain.
Yeah, no, that's lots of good train history. But yeah, the small museums are my thing, and I'm trying to get Ben to more into the habit on YouTube of going, here is an interesting museum, here is the 1-minute video about it, go visit it when you're in X place.
May I recommend the Jet Age Museum in Gloucester? That's a good aviation museum to go to. It's got a cockpit of a Vulcan as well.
Ooh. This is very nice.
Gareth is currently looking up the train timetables and working out how quickly he can get there.
That'll go on my list.
Okay, where were we? Oh, we're so far behind. Admiral Wellesley T. Collingwood. Had Italy gotten Tunisia in the scramble for Africa, how would that affect the Mediterranean situation for all Mediterranean powers? The French feel more threatened, the Italians have slightly more desert, but apart from that, not much changes. Doesn't dramatically change the First World War, it doesn't dramatically change anything else. Genuinely, it's just the Italians have Tunisia instead of the French. But I would point out that that Tunisia had fallen into the French sphere long before the scramble kicked off. A long time beforehand. So I would just say that this question is founded on a somewhat false idea of how European colonization of Africa occurred.
Yeah, wasn't Tunisia essentially in the French sphere after the Crimean War, I want to say?
I've no idea, to be fair, but I know.
It was one of the concessions around French Algeria.
It was sort of from before that.
Yeah.
It was confirmed, but it was sort of one of the things, because the French basically got all of the, quite a lot, I should say, of the pirate caverns of the North Africa Mediterranean coast. The British, of course, displaced the most successful pirates in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I mean you're into my Barbary Corsairs period, but yeah, you're looking at the bays of Tunisia and everything else. I mean Tunisia, yeah, and you're absolutely right. Enters French influence about 1875, a bit later maybe.
Yeah, but long
This is
before
standard-
what we consider.
standard Imperial.
Yeah, but it's long before what we consider the scramble kicking off.
Yeah, it's essentially the classic bit that you get a lot around that time, which is they rack up huge debts, and then either the British or the French sweep in and go, well, we're taking over your country in return for voiding the debts.
Yeah.
Um,
AMC Woods asks, what if Bismarck and Scharnhorst clashes have been designed and built in the US but to keep the same hull ship they had historically? What would they look like and what would they do in the Atlantic and Pacific fleets? Woods, didn't I answer this yesterday? Didn't I answer literally this question in Brew Ships? Hang on, I'm just going to go
They'd
check.
have 9 guns. They'd have 9 guns and triple turrets because that's what the Americans were going with.
Oh, no, I think the Bismarcks have
They'd probably be
12.
slower.
I think the Bismarcks have 12, to be blunt. Like, they have the tonnage. They have the tonnage in space. Go for it.
Okay. Probably you can be far more efficient. If you nice way you got that hull, the Americans probably could have fit 12 16-inch guns on it.
Basically,
By the way, if the Germans had a ship which had 12 16-inch guns, I think, Garrus, how long do you think it would be until the British deployed a battleship with 18-inch guns? If they heard the Germans were building something with 12 16-inch guns.
No, the Americans, you mean?
Tech to do it.
Do you mean the Americans?
No, if the Americans were building it for the Germans, or in any
I
scenario
don't-
where there was going to be a German Bismarck vessel with 12 16-inch
Oh,
guns.
no, they're building them for the American Navy. That's the question. Like, they're basically built in the US for the American fleet.
The British are still building something.
No, I know.
pretty massive.
Oh, no, I know they are. The Bismarcks are fairly straightforward. It's the Shans that get me.
They have 14-inch guns.
Oh, yeah, they do, don't they? That's literally what they have.
They'd have 9 14-inch guns.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, could you put a 16-inch 45 triple, say for instance off an Iowa, into the Bismarck's 15-inch barbette?
You possibly
They're
could,
pretty
to be
massive
fair.
turrets, aren't they?
Not quite.
But you
But
wouldn't
how
have
much
to...
work you could have made that base in the original design.
Yeah, which means that it's very possible to get 12 guns in there. And what do? They're US fast battleships during the Second World War. They go around blowing things up and escorting carriers, but don't
Gotta
really
go for my water.
see much ship-to-ship combat during the war. No
Right, so
more.
actually quite small.
Just as a general sidebar, this has sent me down a rabbit hole of the state of the Tunisian Navy in 1881.
Oh dear.
And
Oh, I'm
when
getting-
the French attacked them,
I'm getting
the Navy. They
pinged.
have exactly one servable frigate.
No, Sea Dodders. Sea Dodders, please come on.
Mostly used to supply the dead forces with meat because the guns don't work anymore.
Yeah. Sea Dodders, please. No. No, do not make American Bismarck and American Scharnhorst. Please, come on. Please. Pretty please.
Okay. So on the topic of the Tunisian Barbary pirates, how did those actually work given the rapidly increasing European naval presence in the Mediterranean?
They were
Either the Italian city-states or
they were too much of a
British
nuisance.
defence.
They were too much of a nuisance to deal with. They basically required too much force to deal with, but it was they occupied a lovely sweet spot where they were enough of a threat that you had to pay them off, but to actually kill them properly would require a commitment of force so large it would pull away from other commitments that the great powers had at the time. So that's how they
That's pretty
existed.
much it. You're looking at about from sort of 1805 up to about
Oh, Kitty!
30-ish.
Kitty!
Yeah, sorry, you will get Kitty Cam for a bit. She's probably
Yay.
for a hug.
Kitty.
But yeah, I
but
mean, yeah, it's exactly
it-
as you said.
the-
They occupy a sweet spot.
Yeah, and then when you get one nation that doesn't actually fit into that sweet spot, aka the US, they get dealt with. Or the process of dealing with them starts to occur.
Yeah, I mean, it's also that they're not stupid. They tend to stay away from bigger nation fleets. You get a similar thing with the Knights of St. John when they're operating out of Malta. They theoretically could target British shipping. They don't, because you don't screw with the British Navy, the Royal Navy.
No.
And actually, their big problem is when the French start essentially running a lot of the Ottoman sea trade, because at that point they can't screw with the Ottomans either, because the French are now protecting them.
Yeah.
But also, do remember that Barbary pirates are essentially operating under Ottoman protection, so any occupation of them is only ever temporary. And as Bleach says, the moment you leave, well, it doesn't actually cost that much to throw together another bunch of galleasses and start going out, backing things again.
Yep. Or Zebex, if you want to be a little bit more brave and aggressive.
Yeah. So it's very profitable on actually quite low naval infrastructure. And actually, they mostly come unstuck when they start trying to upgrade their navies. It's how they end up in debt massively to France. They're trying to buy ships off of France.
Yeah. Where are we? Where did we get to?
It is really expensive to buy ships off the French, and logistically, it's very difficult to support them, especially in that period, because none of the ships come out the same.
Well, they don't come out the same, but it's also port infrastructure. We kind of forget that a lot of those ports that the Ottomans, the Barbary pirates are operating out of, their strength is that they can operate out of anywhere. And the moment you start needing to operate out of very large, well logistically sourced ports, you become a very easy target, as Bleach says, for the Americans or even the British. You know, because you can go in and you can destroy the entire infrastructure, and then suddenly your frigates, your steamships aren't operating. Which, when you're dealing with Zebex and everything else, well, you don't need that infrastructure. It's far easier to rebuild. So it's the classic thing of logistics almost bruised them in the end more than the desire to continue doing it.
Akazuki. Yeah. Akazuki asks, what if the crew of the Nagato fired on the American fleet during Japan's surrender? They wouldn't get the chance. Or more accurately, they physically can't. Basically because they fire on the American fleet, they have a high chance of killing the Emperor. No, it's one of those alt histories where it just doesn't work.
No, it's more that every single one of those ships, and by that point, has Yonai's men on them. Yonai's men aboard, and there is not a single chance that anything will happen.
Basically, yeah.
There is a gentleman called Mitsumasa Yonai.
Oh no, no!
Senior admiral in the Imperial Japanese Navy. He's also prime minister at certain points, and he seems to be connected with all sorts of things, and is key to bringing about peace. And he's literally appointed by the Emperor to be in charge of the fleet, as he's the only one he can trust to ensure has both the influence and power in the fleet, but also has the trust and faith to the Emperor and everyone else that can cause the fleet to surrender. And without very much any trouble at all, he pretty much does. Because he has that much, I'm going to say respect for him, but also I'm fairly certain he's one of those people who you both respect and want to help and want to follow, but also know if you disappoint, he will find ways of making his disappointment felt in incredibly uncomfortable and probably permanent ways.
Yes, that sounds about right. Just keeping a check out for any of the people I need to look to bring up. Right, okay, so that's... next is... Sufficiently Nautical asks, about the Collings outing, the British had a well-developed doctrine for radar use going into World War II. How close were they to inventing a form of combat information centre and having their officers command their ships from there versus up in the superstructure? The Second World War is the genesis of the Combat Information Centre. It is the conflict that births the concept. The Second World War births the Combat Information Centre for both the British and American net fleets. Basically.
By 1957, Belfast had one.
No.
Good with operations rooms.
Yeah, it's the 1920s, 1930s tech and planning. It's like a lot of things which is said to this produces in the World War II. Actually, no, it was being built beforehand. It just becomes famous. It's being used in World War II. Again, I will point out that in many naval history books you will read, they'll have 150 pages on World War One, 200 pages on World War Two, and then they'll have about 20 pages on the 20 years in between. And you can gladly get the idea that nothing happens in those 20 years. Suddenly, all these new techs appear out of nowhere in World War Two. Because technology is developed like it is on a game. You just click a button and a few seconds later it appears in your slots. And actually it takes years.
Something disarmament, something in 1940, all this stuff suddenly appeared.
Yeah.
Please, gentlemen, please, you're making me feel off kilter.
Dr. Clark, do you actually know what the first ship to have an upstream was? Out of curiosity.
The first ship to actually have an ops room was a town-class cruiser of the 1910s variety, which was testing it out. I think it was the HMS Glasgow, actually, which was testing it out as a anti-surface radar role. And they had an ops room which had all their radio rooms, everything, and all the intelligence. And so they put everything together in that room, and it was a room behind the bridge. And so they would literally wander. And you have to remember, the town class originally didn't have really a bridge structure. So they built on this sort of temporary extra structure in the sort of onto the bridge, and that's what I was. From memory, it was the Glasgow. And that was being tested during World War One. And that's sort of the beginning of the ops room. The idea is once you start to have more information, like radars, etc. But there again, you have the fact that in the 1930s, the British are designing space for radar and facilities for radar into their ships, which is one of the reasons why it's so quick and easy to install during World War II. People go, it's amazing, they install radar so quickly. Yes, they've been planning for it for the last 10 years. The Third Sea Lord made sure in every single design going through, they could. It's one of the reasons why the Tribal class destroyers get radar so quickly. They were the easiest and quickest because were the ones which didn't require any power upgrades to do it from the destroyers. And it's the same with the town class cruisers. They don't require any power upgrades to do it. Others require diesel generators to be fitted. But strangely enough, actually, the diesel generators turn out to be useful for damage control as well, and not fitting to them is one of the reason why probably I think it's Maori sinks in Malta's harbour. I think that's where Maori goes down. But yeah, life is fun. In naval history terms.
So there's a quick question from you, said gunnery officer, which Sea Dodders, who serves on a Type 45, has already answered. Which is, do you think a Type 45 is much more stable in a high sea state than an Ollie Burke? Sea Dodders basically says, and he's the subject of some, he served/serves on a Type 45. Pass. Probably not enough to be noticeable.
Can I add in something there?
Of course.
Considering I've been in a deployment with two, so Sullivan's and Defender, I noticed that the Arleigh Burke tends to like to bury her bow a lot more than a 45. Because she's such a bigger ship. And they do tend to spend a lot more time trying to recover than a 45 does. But I think that's because of the hull form and just how thin the bows of the ships are.
Fair enough. Dragon asks, one for Fleet and any others, what are people's thoughts on the BV-222 and BV-238? Too big to be practical, or were they okay for the purpose? So the 222 was basically a pre-war airliner that entered service during the war and was converted to transport and later naval patrol roles. There were only 13 built, but the experience with the 222, basically the reason the 222s were converted was because they wanted long-range transports and maritime patrol aircraft. You see the conversions come in 42 when the Luftwaffe is going, yeah, the Condor's nice, but it keeps blowing up every time it lands and doesn't have some of the range we want to circle a convoy, then do another bit of patrol, then circle another convoy. We want something with longer range. So you see the 222s converted. And then the Germans go, hey, we like this as a concept, can we go better? And that basically leads to the 238, which is basically the 222, but taken to the nth degree as a full maritime patrol aircraft through and through. That was the whole point. Of course, the war ended before the 238 could enter service, but basically the 238 was the mature maritime patrol version of the 222, and given what the Germans wanted to put on the 238, it would basically, had the 238 entered service, it would have been an asset that could have gone out into the North Atlantic with 4 Henschel 239 missiles on external racks, and could have basically gone, and you get a missile escort ship, and you get a missile, and you get a missile if it doesn't get intercepted. The whole thing is that they were supposed to patrol with these missiles aboard, and basically if there was a vital convoy that they spotted, they'd call in the U-boats. Then when the U-boats arrived, they'd blow a hole in the escort force for them with their missiles, and then retire before Allied aircraft could show up so the U-boats could go in and do that. Obviously that never happened, because obviously the prototype's development was cancelled, because by the time it flew in April 44, the Battle of the Atlantic was already so far gone, and German resources so stretched that, well, there wasn't really a need or pressing, they couldn't afford it, basically.
I thought the reason why they were cancelled was because their single incomplete prototype was attacked and sunk.
Well, it was, but it also gave them a very nice reason to cancel it, basically. Like, it gave it, oh no, the prototype's gone, we just can't continue. Like, if they wanted to continue, like, they would have just built another prototype, and carried on. That reason is just a very convenient scapegoat for them not to continue, basically. Anyone else got any thoughts and opinions? No? But Garrus is apparently the flying boat guy, so...
But I'm also one that's happy to admit when it's something I haven't looked into. It's not an area I've...
That's me. That's my very basic, bare bones knowledge. I haven't looked into it myself, but that's me picking up what I can from what I can remember from certain key points. And we are now approaching the point when the shipshape crew should be arriving, or beginning to arrive, in 1s and 2s. So we're getting to the point now where we will be transitioning over. Oh no, we're not there. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. So I'll
run away.
No, don't run away. We're nice. We don't bite. Well, I say we. Good dear God, I have been integrated. I'm saying we. I'm not even part of shipshape. I'm just the hanger-on.
Resistance is futile.
Look, I'm in the Discord, all right. Look, I'm in the Discord, all right.
You're
but I have.
suggesting that resistance is an option. We object to that as an option.
Now then, an interesting thing. So, CDOT has posted an image a while ago about a Corsair nosing over in spectacular fashion. What do people think's happened here? Because I personally, it looks like it's caught a wire, but the wire's snapped.
Yeah, propeller caught the wire. That looks like.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
Propeller caught the wire and flipped it.
Good
Its
God.
engine's off, so.
The front fell off.
It looks like it was more ripped off, but...
Yeah, fell off, ripped off, same difference. Oh, I've got a ping.
Explosive disassembly is usually worse than regular disassembly, so ripped off it can be worse than fell off. Falling off... oh, whoops, bolts failed.
Timu says, you will learn, young one, you are part of the crew. I'm not that much younger than them. I'm 25! Why does everyone forget this?
Christ.
Oh, you're
Because you are young. Right, face
Do
it,
you even
Fleet.
shave?
Of course I do. I have to.
Face it, Fleet. Me, you, and Foxo are definitely the young ones here.
Probably the
Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
43 years of...
I mean, I'm the same age as Fleet.
Okay, so then I guess, what's it called? They would also be included in the young ones category.
Wait, so if they're the young ones, what am I?
I don't
I
like
included you in it. I actually said Fleet, myself, and Foxo, and now also I guess Shipyard as well, would all be classed as young ones, technically speaking.
I'm only 20.
Well, then you're the younger one.
A casual reminder, I live 22 miles on Fleet and can leave jars on pickles on every doorstep in York. Bold of you to assume I live in York.
He doesn't live in York, he lives in Lincoln. Get the county right.
No, I don't either. You don't know where I am anymore. I have relocated, you'll never find me now.
Wanna bet?
Yes.
Gloucestershire. You talk like you're from
You
Gloucestershire.
missed my comment, Fleet. I said it's like the lame version of Ted Kaczynski. You take pickles instead of fucking, like, mail bombs.
Sierra,
Yeah,
god damn
mail
it.
bombs are expensive. Have you tried making mail bombs in this economy?
Yeah, you can. Okay.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we had someone banned from the server for this. No, I'm shutting it down. I have to do.
Shout out to everyone at the FBI who
Yeah, I have to. Sierra, I have to obey. I have to obey the rules.
Friends of the NSA.
I have to obey the rules, Sierra. I can't not.
If Sarah at the NSA is listening, hi.
Oh, Sea Dodders, no.
Lithium-ion batteries are very explosive, and you can get them from laptop batteries.
Sierra, please stop.
I wasn't allowed to turn on the my Game Boy on airplanes growing up, so I've always assumed the Game Boy is the most explosive devices on the planet.
Sea Dodders, oh!
You can make them. It's all electronics. It's like the Samsung phones that kept blowing up.
Oh, Sea Dodders, why?
Lithium.
Why did you have to do this?
Anyways, I'm gonna go back.
You even kept the...
Because it's Sea Dodgers, he likes causing you pain.
He does, but he's also the person making all of my ships for the,
Well, yeah. If you've got him having to have pain, he likes to return the favour.
The Red Fleet timeline is not pain.
Graf Zeppelinski would like a word with you.
Graf Zeppelinski is not pain.
React, he wouldn't do it so much.
Graf Zeppelinski is not pain, she's beautiful. Do not slander the Graf Zeppelinski. Especially not in a second rebuild form. She's lovely.
You are lucky that I promised to not bring up another topic this time. Otherwise, I'd be giving Sea Dogs them challenges.
Well, I think probably, actually no. Garrus, do you know about the Red Fleet timeline? That is Fleet's constant. Okay. Well, I'm gonna say he has generously allowed me to make several suggestions for it, whether he liked it or not, really.
Yeah.
I think he should read you in and allow you to make some suggestions for it, because if anyone's gonna make some interesting ones, it's gonna be you.
I'm already trying to hammer it all into one thing, and we're getting close to the actual final episode now, so
Go on, be nice, and by the way, Glyn has just joined us.
Oh, has he? Where is he? Ah, there he is! Okay. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, excuse me one second, my camera's having a moment.
So,
Fleet, I think we should do the Red Fleet timeline next week.
I'm very lucky all of that just worked.
oh!
Hello.
So, for those who don't know him, I'm going to do a quick introduction of him. He is probably, I would say, the best science fiction author currently writing at the moment. I read quite a lot of them, and there are some very, very good ones out there, but I would say, out of a very, very competitive field, he's the best. I'm certainly the best of the ones I'm reading at the moment, and I read about 25 different authors. And this poor gentleman, we've been talking for a while before we ended up in Canada, and volunteered to host us for dinner on the first night of of everyone getting there. So I drove them from the airport. We went to Glyn's. We had dinner prepared by him and his lovely wife, Jack, and they basically went through, gave us all this food, and while we were talking, while we were working things out, turned out he hadn't been taking enough time off, and that was the opinion of Jack. And from that came the fact that our first shipshape abductee.
And they've continued to abduct people ever since.
For the rest of the Canadian trip, for quite a lot of it, barring Halifax, which we were tempted to try and take him to, but we found out we couldn't actually do that sort of in time. We pretty much abducted him for pretty much the rest of it.
I couldn't go to Halifax. I did actually have to get some work done.
Did they? So let me guess. You got talking to Dr. Clark over something, didn't you? And then he gradually brought you into shipshape, didn't you? Didn't he? Roughly.
I believe I basically got fan mail from Dr. Clark, and we chatted back and forth for a bit, and yeah. And then I was working on, I think it was Icebreaker, where I needed some feedback on paddle wheels and diesel ships. And so I picked his brain, and things went downhill from there.
Yeah, I've been dragged into all sorts of shenanigans that are in the near future. Like, things are escalating far beyond my ability to control. And I blame the man...
I sent a thank you letter to basically to Glenn, because Andrew Lambert recommended his books to me to use as teaching materials. Because we like to work with sometimes with science fiction, because if you want to try and teach them the concepts of war studies, and you want to get people out of the scenario of this nation is good, that nation is bad, you know, their historical or whatever their cultural backgrounds are, we all have our sort of predilections. You start them off with science fiction, because also you can show in well-written science fiction what the thought process is going on, what they're valuing, what they are highlighting, etc. Glenn's books are really good for this. Really, really good for this. And
I've chucked a link into the chat with Raven's piece, and that's a good start to the win, I think, in terms of...
That is a very good song.
Hot, spicy, and solid Space Fleet action.
Yeah. And so, basically, I sent a thank you, and because I've been using it for such a long time, I just went, I really should say thank you. So I sent a nice email basically saying thank you, Not expecting to get any response, but thought, well, frankly, Ben deserves it. You know, if I met a historian at a conference, I would say thank you to them for their book if I've been using their book for teaching. And I'm using about 4 different books of Glenn's at the moment, so he deserves a thank you. And I got a response. I wasn't expecting a response. I think it was mostly a response of shock to find out that someone is using his works as teaching material.
Just a little bit, yeah.
But they're well written. And they're also at a price point that I could solidly recommend to the students. Go get your own copies on Kindle.
Mm.
And it wasn't going to break their banks. It wasn't going to make them... put them in trouble. Because that's the other trouble. Some science fiction books on Amazon and these things are just so expensive.
10, 15 quid a book.
And also they don't produce enough. How many books are you up to, Glenn?
Glenn's
somewhere between 75 and 80.
Good lord.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, the Castle Federation.
Yes.
I was going to say, the Castle Federation series is one that I keep looking over to, like, should I buy these at this moment, or do I worry about something else for the moment? Because everything I've read through them and hearing is they are excellent books.
And I'm here.
Seeing as we've got a science fiction author in here, I'm going to do a thing. Bonk.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, bonk.
What did you do?
These are mine.
That explains
I'm just going to apologise for eating in front of everyone a bit, but that's because I have to take food regularly with the medications I'm on. And I get told off if I forget. Because apparently if I don't have food in my stomach when I take these, it's not a good habit, and nothing good happens.
I see.
Yeah. I've heard medicines like that, and yeah, no. When they say it's not a good thing, they mean it's not a good thing.
But yeah, this is yeah, these are mine. I had them commissioned by a very nice gentleman in the server, who did them for me, which is very nice. For a little thing I'm in. And you can feel free to poke fun. I don't mind. I don't mind people poking fun at my designs and theories. So please, go ahead.
It's the you've put up the space-going ironclads in the chat.
These aren't space-going. They're airships.
I
Yeah.
think you took the air and ships a bit too literally.
What do you mean, literally? What's wrong? They fly. They fly now.
So, Alex, it's 78 written, 75 novels currently published, 3 are up for pre-order, 1 of which has been written.
That's
Which is
incredible.
half done.
Can I just say that's an incredible volume of work? That's actually incredible. Just hats off to you, genuinely. Nothing but respect for those who.
Glyn and I have had interesting chats before about when you're doing stories. What you said is the disbelief part that you are just going to establish as a baseline from which all of your other science has to be real. And I'd be interested in Glyn's opinions on those illustrations that are in the theatre and scene.
So I'll give a bit of context. These are mine. They belong to me. The Fleet of Oceans, the name, this is actually a bit of fleet lore for you. The name actually comes from a nation-states nation that I've been running now for near on 8 years. And it's sort of taken over my online profile and it's become who I am. Well, the name itself, the nation is still isolated to one thing. And one of the things that this nation has as its founding idiom is that its full name is the Fleet upon the Oceans of the Empire of Magna Britannia. And Magna Britannia was destroyed by basically a much expanded version of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, which the Fleet of Oceans then looted the heck out of all of the Martians, and we got gravitic airships and starships.
I see.
One of the things that also happened is that the Fleet of Oceans had to fight a series of wars from 1910 to 1950 to reunify the continent it sits on, which led to a concept of make, do, amend, no scrapping of something if it can do a job. And there were also several horrific failures with early nuclear technology in terms of reactors and early missile technology, which led to a ban on rocketry and internal combustion and missiles, along with the nuclear reactors. So all of these ships are oil-fired or coal-fired, which has led to this unique design style where these ships are depicted as they are in 2026. So these are the ships as they are in 2026, because they can't be retired, they can't be scrapped, they have to be kept going. For example, the Iron Queen, that is her emerging in 2021 after her 3rd full rebuild.
And that's the fun thing with Universe, is you get to take them in whatever direction you want. Which is always the fun.
I can't quite hear you, Garrus.
Oh, sorry. Am I not coming through well enough? It's probably
You're not that. You've gone suddenly gone quiet.
Yeah, you have suddenly gone somewhat quiet. You'll notice that I will point out one thing. These ships were created before Dr. Clark enlightened me on the effects of big guns going off next to electronic systems. So you'll notice some rather poor placements of CWIS mounts and radars. Specifically on Goliath, which you'll note has Aegis-style radar fore and aft, right next to her super-firing 20-inch triples. Yeah, that's going to go down well. Although I have recently done a workaround where the Fleet of Oceans doctrinally operates a series of command and control vessels. So if it's not in a full-scale conflict, ideally you will not be using the big guns at all. You'll be relying on your CWIS mounts and your 4-inch and secondaries to deal with opponents. You only really use your large guns if you're within large gun range, and you're happy to accept the loss of some of your higher technological systems. The alternative is, if you're in a large-scale fleet, the Fleet of Oceans operates what's called command and control vessels. These are ships that are very lightly armed with just 4-inch and CWIS, but carry banks of supercomputers, high-tech sensors, and basically what happens is the fleet if under missile attack, will data link the fire control systems of the other ships to that central ship, which means that even if the other vessels blow out their radars and sensors, the guns can still be directed and fired. Garrus's face is making me concerned.
No, I hope you can hear me a bit better now. But yeah, I always come down to as I say, I'm a logistics guy, so I always start sitting there and thinking like, okay, how are you getting your small boat off of that to do ship to shore? How are you how are you supplying it? What's fueling it? Where are you going? But that's just very much me. I mean, I'd bow to. It's interesting opinions for Glyn, because obviously you do a lot more kind of more space-based stuff than I do. So it's like, how do you plan a setup?
Well, I have the advantage of I don't have to provide visual. So I can leave a lot of things unsaid and to be assumed. A lot of it is most ships are assumed to have a shuttle bay. Honestly, the position of it on a Star Destroyer is one of the more sensible ones. If you're building a broadside combatant, you put the shuttle bay on the bottom. I mean, one of the things about space is you don't actually need, if you've designed your ship right, 360-degree coverage. You need the ability to point your ship in 360 degrees relatively quickly. But unless your ship is absolutely massive, that's quite doable. So one of the things that I toy with in the Peacekeepers books that you were mentioning is the fact that the main fleet in there, the United Planet Space Force, they design their ships so that their main guns can fire forward or backward, because they've got big honking fusion engines on the back, and they'd really rather have those,
pointing
not
away
in the direction of the enemy.
Yeah, pointing away from
direction of travel.
Yeah,
but they can also, the ship's flying, and they can basically flip it, fire, and return in like 2 or 3 seconds.
That's amazing.
That level of maneuverability.
That's amazing. How big are these ships to be able to do that?
I mean,
though?
one of the things, it helps to have inertial compensators in the setting.
Yep, that makes sense.
And also to have tanks. You have in that setting, you also have tanks, don't you?
Yeah. Until they start screwing around with gravity to the point where their ships don't actually suffer from internal acceleration because they're just falling. And even that's where they actually end up with some larger problems with their maneuverability, which is dealing with the current point in the setting, because they are like, yes, theoretically we can generate the gravity well anywhere inside the shear. Anywhere. In practice, the engineers keep telling us this, but haven't built us a version that works yet. So the gravity well goes right in front of the ship, and the ship falls forward, always. Because, well, yes, this is theoretically possible. We haven't got the engineering to work yet. And then they spend most of this book swanning around with people who have got the engineering to work and are kind of grumpy about it.
Yeah. The funny thing, these... I can't speak. I'm sorry. My English is not working. Give me a second to reboot. Clonk. There we go. Are any of you familiar with Mike Dosha's Spacecraft of the First World War, by any chance? The art book that he made.
Really familiar.
It's similar premise. It's one of the things that inspired me. And the spaceships in that are basically driven by gravities, and they fall forwards through space, basically. They are gravitically aligned that way, with multiple drives to control the gravity of the ship, warp time, etc. Again, based on a whole Martian invasion scenario in the early part of the 19th century. Sorry, late part of the 19th century. That's what inspired me. This idea that how do nations deal with going to the star, or how does a nation deal with the concept of going to the stars after with technology they barely understand, they can get working but barely understand, and how do they deal with the concept of those who basically wiped them out when they find them? How does a nation with a 19th, 20th century mentality deal with those who destroyed their entire country when they find them again? Wasn't pretty.
But I think that's what's quite always interesting with stuff like this is we are all products of what influences us and what we first read and what almost generation of space stuff do we get. So all the Yamato gifs that have been popping up in the text chat, that's my era. Like, that and Robotech are basically my formative years because I'm growing up in that kind of first wave of late 80s, early 90s anime and everything else. I've just grabbed it off the bookshelf for anyone who's actually watching on the channel. But Terran Trade Wars, you know, they're like Glyn will probably recognise that. I bet no one else on this channel will.
I've never actually seen it, but I have heard of it.
And then that's the whole thing of like, you know, there was just all these wonderful arts of these giant ships, and then someone's just made up a bit of story about them. So it's that same thing of you fill in the gaps yourself, and it makes it real. But yeah, it's I always find it fascinating.
It is beautiful. There are beautiful images in that because I've got my dad's copy, and there are some beautiful images in it.
It's one of those books that like now
he loves all the science fiction stuff because it was the future of ship design. As far as he was concerned, was spaceships were going to be more about naval architecture design once you got onto interplanetary vessels than aircraft design because of the sheer amount of things you were going to have to include in them. And he did a lot of work with some very interesting organisations on that. And yeah, it's fun.
As someone who's a fan of sci-fi, I have to admit, it shames me a bit that I've not actually even heard of it.
I do have a spacecraft from my formative years that I'm very fond of. And it is...
If you bring up Voyager, you and I are going to have a conversation.
Bring up what?
Voyager.
Oh god, no. Not Voyager. No. Something much more, niche, perhaps.
Having heard about your love of 7 of 9, I'd be questioning whether you like the ship more or the crew.
Well, it's something of 9. It's something of 9, but it is 80s. It is peak 80s sci-fi.
Oh, 999.
It's 39. I do love 39. Just the idea of trains in space.
999, close enough.
Trains in space, love it. Can't get enough.
Give me a Sovereign class starship any day.
Oh, well.
Give me an ISD.
Well, you do that then. You have your ISDs. I'll dine in luxury while you are swabbing the deck.
Why? Who hurt you? Who hurt you, Dragon?
Looking at as someone who quite enjoys Star Wars setting, looking into why the ISD can function the way it do, that's part of the reason why. It has everything I need for a capital scale unit in development. Of course, I would like an escort with it, preferably or anti-fighter actual weapons, because no turbo lasers don't work as anti-fighter.
The ISD-1 has point defense.
It has
Give me
8-point defense guns fleet. If I was to choose one, I would genuinely.
And a wing of X-wings, and I could take out any ISD fleet you have.
Oh boy, this is gonna go well.
I mean, I've written entire papers. I've written an entire paper on how ludicrously stupid the X-wing is. So.
Also, yeah, I would definitely argue because the X-wings, wing-mounted lasers are awful in my opinion. But also it depends if you're getting X-wings on a Venator, then what's the ISD having fighter-wise? Because as soon as then
you're not going to bring up the TIE Defender. You're not going to bring up the TIE Defender, are you?
The TIE Defender was produced. While the TIE Defender would be amazing, that's cheating almost. They were so good. No, I'm saying stuff like the TIE Hunter, which were put into much more mass production and were basically the Empire's equivalent. Fielded, hyperdrive capable. As soon as you're beyond the basic TIE Fighter, Interceptor, and Bomber, basically the traditional 3, their more advanced fighters are more than a match for most Rebel fighters.
So the thing is, I did a paper for a military kind of internal conference on, again, this is, and I always come back to logistics and everything else, which is actually, by any measure, the TIE Fighter and your base level TIE Fighter is the perfect fighter for a large empire that just genericize everything, and where humans are a free resource.
It's something that I've genuinely like is that the TIE Fighter, or the twin ion engine concept, between TIE Fighter, Interceptor, well, in general, between any of the TIE series, a good portion of the components are entirely interchangeable. Engine-wise, power plant-wise, the only main difference comes into the actual configuration and the later ones which do have hyperdrives and shielding. Standardization-wise, they're wonderful.
So it's the training and strategy. You
Yeah.
can basically, if you work on the basis that you're training a bunch of low-level pilots across multiple places, multiple planets, the actual strategy on them is go very fast, fly in formation, don't get blown up. And really, it's relatively easy to teach a bunch of conscripts. They're Space Sweden, basically. You know, they're gripens. You know, you're
Also-
running around with low-level stuff that just does the job for a conscript force. What else? Do you want?
As well as the X-Wing might be, basically one X-Wing versus 6 TIE fighters, on average, basically in an engagement. The TIE fighter's good enough to edge it out. Especially when you've got 6 of them.
The X-Wing doesn't have enough force multipliers to actually make up for the fact when it's beyond anything but beyond about 3 to 1, unless it's got a magical space wizard flying it. And so if you take the magical space wizards out of it, you enter into territory where actually it's a more even matching.
Now, this isn't to say I definitely have flaws with the ISD. The Imperial Star Destroyer is deeply flawed. Why does it need to have a permanent capacity of carrying like 3,000 troops plus walkers and base
Because
facilities?
it's not. Yeah, it's not a line of. Sorry, I'll let Grilling go first, but I do have a point as well.
It is the thing about the ISD is that it's two things. Really, there's two things with the ISD. The first is it's designed to do any mission the Empire wants. It's not your most optimal troop transport. It's not your most optimal fighter carrier. It's not your most optimal ship-to-ship combat. The damn thing is what, 16 main guns? It's f***ing stupid.
I think it's got more than
It has
16 out of
turbo
it.
laser turrets.
Yeah, the heavies,
It is
the
8
real
double
heavies.
turbo laser turrets.
Yeah, the real heavies he's talking about.
Yeah, that's its primary armament. It is not your. It is at no thing is it logically an optimal construction for its size, but it can do all of these things at a solid sea level for something of its size, and it's bigger than anything else in the galaxy, because the industrial power that the Empire has access to dwarfs anything else. Its sheer size makes it a prestige unit. Its point is not just that it can do anything, it's that it's intimidating, it's that they've built something nobody else can build in a quantity nobody else can match, and it can do the job of anybody else's ships, because, well, it can't do it as well as them ton for ton. It's 10 times the size.
Yeah.
It's a jack of all trades, it's a master of nothing, but it's a prestige unit, and it can outperform almost anything else in almost any rule because of its sheer size.
It's gunship diplomacy.
Glyn has basically hit a lot of the points I was going to hit.
Fleet,
So-
just quickly. Fleet,
Yes.
just quickly. Both Dans are trying to join at the moment, but they say the channel is locked and they can't join.
Channel's locked.
So you might want to go sort them.
Oh, hang on. Hang on. Are they? Where are they? Let me just find them on the server quickly. There's Boom Dan.
Shipyard, you hurt me. I just saw what you posted in the
Where's
chat. You
Dan?
hurt me deeply.
Let me see. There's Dan, and where's Boom Dan? Here we go.
I hate the NX refit.
They have no roles. They have no roles.
It was
They
never-
need
the
to
NX
go. They need to go to the role center and get the ensign role. I will copy the message link and send it to you to send to them. They need to get the ensign role at least. That's why they have no roles.
One refit is a decent progression.
But just now that we've done.
Federation.
But now that we've done that, because they need the ensign role to access the server. Once they've got that, they'll be able to come into here. That's the thing. They haven't got even the basic role yet.
So they just need, click on the white ensign in the role center
Yeah,
to do it.
and that
They
should.
haven't passed the bot trap yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. As people keep liking to say, read the pings. It should tell you exactly what you need.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's the bot trap. But bots just spam in the media mod chat.
Bots get past it on occasion, but
Very rarely.
No, it's people's accounts who get hijacked to get past it. But the actual bot accounts just start spamming in admin chat and they get kicked.
Yes.
Though, quickly going back to the ISD for a moment, there is one version of the ISD that I actually do quite like. Because it's
Can I quickly make
as good as
the-
I think you can get. Yep, sure.
So Glyn said a lot of the things I was going to say and said them probably more eloquently than I could have done. But one thing I would like to add is that people need to stop considering the ISD as a battleship. That's not the analog it performs for the Empire. It's a station vessel and a cruiser. It's something that you send to patrol the Empire. It's something that shows up if trouble is brewing on a planet. It's something that can stand in a battle line and fight other capital ships, but that's not the main role it's designed to do.
That's not
But
actually
it's a
true.
heavy
though.
cruiser, essentially. Then.
Armored
No,
cruiser.
the ISD was designed as the original Imperial class Star Destroyer was explicitly designed to be a battleship. It was designed to take on primarily the Dreadnought variant of Providence class and the Lucehulk class battleships.
Then why does the Tector exist? If that's the case, why does the Tector
Because
exist?
they were simultaneous development.
But the Tector's just a more battleship ISD, so
Also-
then why...
It's got more armor, but it completely gives up any form of utility. And then, but then
You're also into the
Tector-
territory of sci-fi authors when they're doing Star Wars stuff who don't
Yes.
understand how
Keep in
actual
mind-
fleet logistics works.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, the only reason the Tector exists
Yeah.
is because of a visual error during screening.
There's
Where,
Boom Dan.
wait, why does that ISD
There's one.
look different to that one?
So there's Boom
So they
Dan.
had to make something up.
So
But
Boom
In my opinion, actually, my favorite is probably the Seventh Fleet Imperial class, which some might argue is because biased towards Thrawn, but they are the best of both worlds between the 1 and 2.
You are biased towards Thrawn. Don't try and deny it.
Yeah, but also,
Okay.
but also,
Can I just say something? One
Go
of
ahead.
the best chemistry teachers I have ever worked with, one of the and the chemistry tutor you can actually, if you're doing A-levels and GCSEs, you should probably go and talk to. He has embraced the name he's got for this trip so much that he's now calling himself Boom Boom Dan.
Oh no, he's put the hood up. It's the Emperor Dan.
it's Darth Boom Boom.
It's Darth Boom. Darth Boom.
That's the fun thing.
Pneumonia. I
Oh,
feel crap as well.
oh
So,
dear.
I reckon it was the
Oh.
sauna.
Oh, it's a Lego ISD. That's
Wait a
awesome.
sec. No, is that the
Oh.
ISD?
No, that's the
That's
First Order.
Resurgent.
Yeah, that's the
Order.
Resurgence class.
Shows how much
To
I
be fair, If I
know.
want to try, if I want to make people cry, I take a picture of my Ultimate Collector Series Venator behind me. That and it makes my
Did
wallet.
we lose
cry.
someone? I'm sure we lost. Who did we
Star
lose?
Destroyer almost. You see a Star Destroyer almost destroyed my level
disappeared.
back. It was just 6 weeks of gray blocks.
Oh,
And so when it
disappeared.
fell, when it got broken in the move, I just went, no, I am dismantling this and selling it. I am not rebuilding this thing.
Honestly,
I
as much as
imagine the Venator being much more fun to build, so I didn't get it.
right. Beautiful
Also
build
storage.
until you get to the actual flat plates along it. You would think a £550 set would have good connection. No, so many of the pieces just like to fall off and are terrible to try and. Like, I could just look at it, and at least 3 of the lower panels are just falling off because they've got a single stud connection point,
Something.
That's when you want even Falcon.
which is structurally weak as hell.
Something. Something. Use the Craggle.
Yeah. Gluing stuff together is all well and good until it breaks.
This is why sometimes I end up with various Go models and Lego models. I go and buy the individual packs of spare parts. And,
Garius just did.
do other reinforcements.
Quick one. Garius just
Ooh,
sent me a message. His internet just dropped. He thinks someone in the works outside just did a naughty, so it's possible we might have lost him, which is really sad.
Also, Secutor is gorgeous, Sea Dodders.
Secutor is just Venator but bigger. Like, if we I'm sorry, but I have to make my preference here known. If we want to talk excellent Star Wars capital ships, I have to voice my preference for the Lucrehulks and the Providences. Love those ships.
A Luca Hulk is literally a converted trade ship. Even the ones that are built for battle are still built off a trade ship.
Oh, they are. They'll still wreck you though. The danger donut cannot be stopped.
Honestly, Bellator is probably my favorite Superstar
Oh, he's
Destroyer
back.
class vessel.
And Drax here.
Because it is the Bellator is the perfect skill for before we get into utterly ludicrous. You have one of these per entire sector block that commands things, sort of thing.
The most important member of the tribe is joined. I don't regret.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Well, here we
We're
are.
being joined by one of. Yes, a fluffy research assistant has joined us.
Excellent.
That cat is adorable.
It is adorable.
Yeah, she is my rescue. She turned up on the doorstep as a tiny kitten, dying, and she is the agent of destruction.
Will just.
I am surprised neither of mine has shoved their way to the door yet. Jack
Cats in a
hasn't
nutshell.
Oh, he's here already. Yeah, that's right. So that's
You know, Quirty, I'm actually a fan of the
here. Probably ignore the closed door. As soon as Jack leaves for work, one or both of them will be through the door route in short order. It's not closed behind me.
I still hear worrying noises from the roadworks outside, by the way, so if I drop off again, that means they have definitely broken the thing that they seem to have broken a second ago.
Oh,
so
dear.
if I drop off, I will patch you all later.
Right, okay. So, well, time for me to push the alert everyone button. I did get permission, it's fine.
I think I can hear someone else. Did I hear the princess?
Yeah, she's behind me in the car.
Hey, the princess.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello. Empress Draconophilia, I think?
Yes.
She's being very vocal.
That's good.
Yeah. Sounds like she has opinions about 4-inch guns.
Yes.
Something about great fire. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Brace for impact. Dragon Foxo, would you please drop down into text chat for me and just keep an eye on things, please? That'd be great. Thank you, pair of you. Fantastic. Legends. Right, okay. So, well, right, so, Scandiships. Where to begin? I suppose we begin at the beginning. Where do you... Narvik, I suppose, is where we start. Narvik. So what were your gentlemen's opinions on Narvik when you got there? And what were you there to see?
Well, we were there to see some big guns, but unfortunately some people were, how do I put this, flying drones around that morning without telling the armed forces they were flying drones around, so we didn't get to do that. But instead, Dan, who is still trying to get into this, was wearing a red shirt, and all the rest of us were keeping as far away from him as physically possible. Because we know what happens to away teams with red shirts. We all agreed on that one?
Yeah.
Especially when the Norwegian army has already driven past you 5 times trying to look nonchalant and like they don't care that you're there.
Oh no, 6 times in 8 minutes.
Yeah. It was when they're going round again and again.
Oh,
I
dear.
think that was an interesting one though, because obviously we were there to see what we were looking for is big guns on, Atlantic Wall. But it really highlighted the benefit of these trips, which is when you're on the ground, you find other things you can see. So what we were actually able to do was divert from there. And just round the corner, we found it was Dan that found it, which was spotted it at the church we kind of parked up at. It was just a memorial there to and we were like, well, that's clearly a war memorial, so what's that? Wandered down and found the remains of the entire Russian prisoner of war camp that had been used by the Germans to house the Russian prisoners who had built that whole chunk of the Atlantic Wall. And frankly, many of them had died building it. And that's the thing that we'd not even got on our radar of stuff to visit. But suddenly, it's there, you can do a bunch of videos about it, you can see how those camps are laid out. I think that was, for me, a really good example of once you get on the ground in these places, you find all the various things that you didn't realise existed, that you can then go and see and document.
Yeah. And also, we got to see... Well, the Battle of Narvik is probably the only naval battle I can think of that you can walk its length.
Wow, that's... Really? That's incredible.
Yeah, because the highway between Harstadt and Narvik runs just down the side of Narvik Fjord. So if basically you can drive and or walk the entire route of the battle from the moment that Warspite comes around the corner and blasts one of the German destroyers into oblivion.
She really does just point blank a destroyer, doesn't she, at Narvik in a rather decisive way. Almost knife fighting range.
Oh, well, and you also get an idea, because while we were there, obviously the iron ore trade is still very active. So there were a bunch of iron ore ships present in the fjord, and we looked up the lengths of some of them, and one or two of them are within shouting distance of the length of Warspite.
Oh, cool.
So just looking at them sitting there, you could actually get a rough idea of how large Warspite would have looked as she came down the fjord. And then you realise it, for all the fact that without ships there, it looks like a big fjord, and it is, mathematically a big fjord. When you stick an entire battleship in there, it's suddenly not a very big
I see.
fjord at all.
The Germans really didn't have a lot of space to hide.
No, I mean Warspite can sit there and no-scope a bunch of those destroyers with very little problem.
Wasn't quite the word I would have used, but it's apt, I suppose.
It's essentially what she does. It definitely feels, in terms of compactness, and I know it sounds silly to say it, but it's the only time I've been in a naval battle environment where you go, this kind of almost feels like a World of Warships map, where it's designed to encourage you to engage, rather than designed to allow you room to move. And it's probably the only place I've ever been that's genuinely felt like that. As Drax said, it's so confined. That you can kind of see where you can get everything in there, but you've really got to be, you've got to be on the ball, and you're not dodging much. And there's a reason people lose barrels there.
Yeah, when we were looking at at that entrance where the German destroyer goes off to hide, I pulled up a map to see where it was, and we were literally just looking across the fjord, and it's like, that's where the German destroyer was hiding. That's where Warspite went. And then, then you suddenly realise, like, when you're standing there with a camera with a not particularly massive zoom, and you can zoom
all the way across.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
Yeah, then it.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, he's dipping in and out, sadly.
Well, I was able to take very good pictures of the other side of the fjord at certain points with my phone camera on 0 zoom.
That is impressive.
Just normal. And you're sitting there going, "Yeah, this is not the world's fanciest phone."
Just to do a quick diversion on that. Just to do a quick ramble on that point. Haha, name drop. It does lend some sort of credence to the concept of and retention of older coast defense ships into the 30s and 40s. When the ranges are that close, it's possible for those older ships to use their large guns to... Like, if Nordgate had been alert and had either known the Germans were coming or had seen them or had been waiting for them, she could have very easily put a 10-inch round through one of those destroyers and just wrecked it.
I think one of the things you get a very good, strong impression from the Narvik Museum itself, which is excellent. I mean, the museum there was stunningly good.
It's a world-class museum and worth visiting.
And it's you get very clear. Again, it's those things that these trips add to context. Is exactly that. You get a real feeling for, just to a certain extent, how badly betrayed those ships were. That it was almost a conscious effort to make sure they weren't ready and weren't in a position where they could fire, and that really kind of screws them. It's very similar. I mean, what was the fort we were at in Oslo? It's a very similar
Oscarborg, I think.
Yeah, Oscarborg, and it's just like you're sitting there going, you tried to force this channel with a battleship, and with a heavy cruiser rather. Yeah, good luck with that. It's not going to happen. Like, the moment you're there, you can see why it's not going to happen.
So does anyone have anything else to discuss on Narvik, or because we have got a fair bit to go through? Does anyone else have anything else to discuss on?
There is some great swimming available there.
Okay.
Yeah, there is great swimming.
The other thing I'd say is Drac and I were able to wander down, and Drac got the drone up to get some amazing footage of the George thingy, the destroyer. That's the one that's still there. But yeah, that'd be the other one that's worth highlighting. You can walk past the power station barriers; it's not blocked off. You can go down there with legal permission. You go and get quite close to it.
Fantastic. So I've
phenomenal war graves as well.
Another good thing about Narvik Museum is they actually have a section of armour from the Tear Pits and the Grand Slam bomb that sank it.
Oh my, yes. That's living history right there.
Yeah. And there's absolutely no mention of it whatsoever on their website. They just said, oh yeah, it's a piece of armour. And said, well, what ship's it from? Oh, that's from the Tear Pits.
They've also got an Enigma set there as well.
Yeah, basically, in the nicest way, Narvik Museum is it's one of the best examples of this, other than the Tallinn one, of us turning up and going, you have that. You don't mention this on any of your materials. Oh.
They've also got a Victoria Cross, and there aren't many of those outside.
Oh, I remember this was discussed last week. It was given to the museum on the express permission it not be sold to...
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the second part of it, unfortunately. My mind's gone.
Ashfield, or whatever his name is.
Gentleman who likes to recruit them. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ashcroft, isn't it? But yeah, it's. I don't think you'll find many genuine Victoria Crosses lurking outside of the UK these days.
So, after Narvik, you went where? Was that Oscarborg next? Oslo?
It was, well, we sort of started off in Oslo. We went to Narvik, then we went back to Oslo. And then from Oslo we went to Karl's...
Koga.
Karlskoga. And that was a bit of a damp squid again due to security issues.
And
so lots of things got cancelled. Yeah, it got cancelled. But after that, we went to Karlsruhe.
Lovely bit of armour, Bofor's armour, evidence of armour testing at Karlskoga. I will put an image up in chat.
Nice, fantastic.
And whatever
I think
you
I've
do,
skipped Gothenburg. We'll do Gothenburg next.
If you're stupid enough to fly a drone anywhere near the Bofor's test range, they will basically be testing their anti-aircraft capabilities on you.
Kilobin says...
It's very much a Bofor's town.
Kilobin says, standing near that destroyer, how much of a sense of to the end of the line do you get? AKA, it's there, that was the end of its story. How much of a sense of that do you get?
Let Drac see if we get Drac first. If not, I'll answer for him.
Cool. We have movement.
No, I don't think we're getting him, are we?
Can you hear me?
Ah, yes,
There
yes
you
we
go,
can. Hey, there we go. Hooray, hooray.
Yes, I was just going to say if when you're standing there, it's the end of the line in more than one sense, because it is a little bit weird because World War II wrecks that were lost in battle don't usually end up fetched up on the side of a fjord in the open air for you to see. Although it used to look a lot better, it fell over a few years ago, so it's now upside down. Which is why you can actually see, we're on the drone footage, you can actually see you're looking at the upturned underside of the bow, and you can see how it's all smashed in from when it ran into the rocks. But it's also end of the line in another way, because when you get that far down Rombox Fjord, you can see the end of the fjord, and that's the easternmost point of the whole Narvik Fjord complex. There is literally nowhere else you can go at that stage. So, when the Germans were making a run for it, there was literally nowhere else for them to go. That was it.
It was also interesting from watching Drac sort of do the drone flying there, because of just as you were telling me, Drac, about like the air current changes and effects that you were getting at the end of that fjord, of just how it whips around and changes everything.
Because I mean, obviously that it's not in the open, but it's pretty much in the open. It's about as good as you can ask for in drone flying conditions. But the air currents and such were making the drone bob and weave and almost tip entirely over at one point. So although I initially had plans to get very, very close and try and not fly the drone into the wreck, but fly the drone up to some of the bigger holes in the wreck and see if I could have a look inside with the camera, I ended up not going much closer than about 20-30 feet, because if the air currents were that bad, that high above the water, at water's edge, where you've got all sorts of fun things, especially obviously all the currents coming off of the upturned wreck, that would almost certainly have killed the drone.
I think Narvik was mostly just the grand scale of the of the landscape as much as anything else, and we did find that that kind of little gun battery that was still there, and had clearly been used in the Cold War as well. I think it was Dan. I think it was you that kind of saw the sign and was like, "There's an interesting thing there." And Drac, you were driving at the time, and it was almost like instant freaking right turn on about a yard's notice to get down this road to find out what was at the end of it.
What? Ooh, gun
This
battery.
is not unusual for us.
Gun battery? Question mark.
Yeah, it's a short battery and bunker system. The gun's gone, but pretty much everything else is still there.
I've probably got some pics. I've got a video of it up on my YouTube, just on Gareth the Brit, like one of my shorts. But I'll have a quick look here and see if I've got a couple of photos. I don't mind while we're chatting. I'll just have a few interesting things to chat.
So
I'm trying to pull together a bunch more the backers and everything else.
Yeah, I've just got home, so I should be able to in a minute switch over to the computer, and then I've got all my photos on there.
Marvelous. Give me
I won't
just.
try uploading the drone footage because that's like multiple gigabytes because it's all 4K 60.
Ah, fantastic. Give me just 2 seconds. I'll be right back in just a moment.
I'm so hoping Fleet's gonna sort out poor old Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan is having fun getting on.
I think the other thing I'd say about Narvik and the museum in particular is it's really, really good at highlighting the actually sort of forgotten sides of what went on at Narvik. So I came away from it with a good bunch of stuff on the Estonian volunteers who fought at Narvik, but also for me as someone who does land military as much as naval history, being able to get that feel for how the Polish and the French deployed there, as well as the British, was really interesting to see. You can kind of get a feel for why they could hold certain positions, but also why the command issues between the two Norwegian forces in the area really screwed them. So it's just, again, that epic landscape is such a differential, and just that understanding of it makes such a difference.
And also, I think the thing you and I found quite interesting going around was the way they'd laid out the actual cemetery itself.
Yeah, I mean,
they've given us free space. They've given such even space allocations and more.
I mean, obviously, I'm a war cemetery nerd, and yeah, there are not many cemeteries you will find where you have a Norwegian war grave section, a French war grave section, a Polish war grave section, a German war grave section, and a second and a British section and another British section from a different war, and like that is such a combo. And you're sat there, and it's a tiny little industrial town in the Arctic Circle, and it really just does emphasise how global both World War I and World War II were. And it was interesting to see that they were using those little radio-controlled mowers to keep it all in order, which was quite fun.
At one point, we were being chased by a flock of them.
Yeah, they were just
Attack of the killer lawnmowers. Oh.
Yeah.
Good times, good times. So it does sound like you all had a fantastic time.
Yeah, I'm back now. I'm on my PC.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, it was very tiring time. I think that's the thing I would say is you don't really get any time to rest.
You're whizzing around.
You're just constantly doing stuff.
Yeah, whizzing around.
Well, there's also the fact that because we were there near the summer solstice, especially in Narvik, there is no sunset.
Yeah.
So you get up and your body is telling you it's daylight. Get up, everyone. Even it might be like 4:30 in the morning, and sometimes we were just chatting and having dinner, and we noticed everyone else had gone home and all the shops had shut, and we looked at our watch and we're like, it's 11:30 at night, and it felt like it was 6:30 because it was still light outside and the sun had barely begun to go down.
I was
for me to get B-roll. I got tons of B-roll wandering around about 2 a.m. in the morning because the sun was just the same as midday.
I was further east in Finland.
The Narvik police force, especially the pretty blonde ones.
I made friends.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, it was Oslo after that, wasn't it? Oslo was interesting.
I was further.
Something really sweet with Norwegians whilst we were there. There was military everywhere, and you're not just talking army. It was army, navy, air force. Everything was out and about on the grounds. We just thought, okay, interesting.
On the subject of White Knights, I, at the time, I think you were all in Sweden, was further east in Finland, and even as far south as I was, just about 100 miles north of Helsinki. Even, I remember I'd done a day's fishing out at the lake house where I was, and I was sat out on the jetty. I remember I had a cider, and I was sitting drinking, and then I looked at my watch. I was like, oh, the sun's just below the horizon. He's telling me, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'd just been there watching the scenery go by. And it really, you don't keep track of the time. It just goes.
Yeah,
I think that's the changes in the UK.
I've just dumped a few photos in chat for Oslo.
Oh, that's very pretty.
That's the Oscarsborg's guns. So those are the ones that killed Blucher. And the last one I put in, you see that little rock outcrop?
Oh, that's the torpedo battery, isn't it?
Yes. You can see there is nothing that will tell you that is a torpedo battery at all.
There's no indication. None.
And that's because the launchers are 20 foot underwater.
So do the torpedoes leave the launchers and then rise to travel just below the surface?
No, they just smash into you 20 foot below the water and let a lot of water in the hull.
20 foot's deep running for a torpedo, though, in this period, isn't it?
Yeah, but a cruiser or a cruiser or a battleship was going to have a draft of 25 to 30 feet, so it's perfectly fine.
Oh, absolutely. What diameter were these tubes anyway? Because they were, I know they were old, but how big were they? What diameter are we talking?
Here's the mechanism. Here's the mechanism for you.
Oh.
Now.
Oh, I love mechanics.
And then let me pull up the. Where's my pictures gone? There they are. 041. And then this is the actual bit that you can see. So this is inside the island.
Oh, those are fairly sizable torpedoes for the 1880s. Yeah. Like those are 21, 19.
Well, they had a couple of the torpedoes floating around, but the idea is where you can see the plastic at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That's just covering the sea,
the
fjord water, just to stop moisture. Well, not stop, but slow down moisture getting in and rusting everything. So the idea is that the torpedoes are stored behind the camera shot.
Mm-hmm.
The torpedoes are then wheeled essentially through where I'm standing, and then they get loaded into these two cradles that you can see. And then if you refer back to the diagram, you'll see that the cradle, the left-hand cradle, then gets lowered down into a V-shaped cut in the rock, and when it gets to the very, very bottom, you can then launch it and bring it back up, and then you've got the one on the right which you can drop down if you want to do another launch quickly while you're reloading the first one.
Which they did do when Blucher was there. They fired one and then hit her again, and both the torpedoes worked flawlessly.
They've got three of these launchers.
That's a lot of. And Garius has
It's
just
a good
put.
spread.
Garius has put. What? That is for a torpedo from the early period of
That's
self.
a more modern one.
Oh, right.
That's a more modern one because this torpedo battery was still operational in the 90s.
That's insane.
Short of a very serious bunker buster, you are never getting into that. Like a standard bunker buster would not penetrate enough rock to get down into that position. You'd need one of the really heavyweight ones, and you'd need to know the damn thing was there in the first place. And that is literally all the external visual evidence that this thing even exists. And this is on. If you've got to this side, you've already gotten past the torpedo battery.
Wasn't the torpedo battery a closely guarded secret?
Well, not really. I mean, it had been in there since the 19th century. It's just the Germans thought the whole fortress had been shut down, which was thoroughly dumb of them. But the rest. Here we go. They really like their dioramas. Here you go.
Oh God! So she took
the Norwegians.
So she
had
took
a really good diorama game.
So I presume this is literally just after she's been fired on and taken the 2 torpedoes. So she took one forward under her 2 front turrets, which is probably the worst place she could have got hit. And the second one she did tank right on her amidships, where her torpedo defense was thickest. But I assume it didn't do much to save her.
Almost right underneath. It was right underneath the aircraft handling facilities, where all the aircraft fuel and all the other combustible supplies the German troops had stored there had all just gone up from being hit by an 11-inch shell earlier.
Oh my! That's
So it was like if there was any damage control that had been done at that point, then suddenly the impact of the torpedo just basically jumped a bunch of flaming aviation fuel into an aerosolized sheet of fire across the entire amidships.
Boom, basically.
Yeah, I mean it's not the quickest way to go, but it's probably one of the quicker ways.
She sank there, didn't she? Blucher. She sank in.
She drifted further on. Further up the fjord, basically completely out of control, and then rolled over and sank.
She's not still there, is she? They broke her up, I think, during the war.
There's bits of the wreck still there, but they had to break most of it up because this is the passage through to Oslo. You can't just leave a heavy cruiser sitting there.
No. One thing I would like
Empty as it might be.
One thing I would like to discuss is that obviously everyone knows the role of Oscarborg Fjord Fortress. Sorry, someone help me, please. I can't get the name right.
Oscarsborg. Basically, Oscar, then plural S.
Thank you.
And then Borg, like Star Trek.
Okay, Oscarsborg. Everyone knows the role of Oscarsborg in the sinking of Blucher. Did you go and visit? Oh well, first of all, are the 3 6-inch guns that were on 150mm guns that were on the other side that put 3 rounds and a bunch of other rounds into Blucher from the other side of the fjord still there? And did you manage to see them?
They're not still there, unfortunately.
What guns were they actually? Because I've always been fascinated by the role they played. Because obviously the big 11-inch guns of Oscarsborg take all the glory, but those more rapid-firing 6-inch guns were putting round after round into her starboard side.
There's 2 batteries over there. The more successful of the 2 was the Copas battery. But, again, courtesy of the diorama that they've got. There you go. So that's Blucher earlier in the engagement. The 2 lines closer are being hit by the 11-inch shells. And then you can see the Copas battery opening up on her from the other side. But as you can see there, that coastline was already somewhat developed. It's now much more heavily developed.
I see.
So it's all been. I'm just trying to see if on my drone footage. Yeah, there's a marina there now.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if I can screen. I'm just trying to see if I can screen cap out somewhere out of my drone footage. What it looks like today.
Yeah.
I mean,
because
I spent a lot of time at.
Those hits came in rapid succession because I think the 3 15cm were waiting for the 11-inch guns to fire, and then when the 2 11-inch rippled off one after the other, the 15cm began to basically just load and fire as fast as they could. from what I'm aware.
Pretty much. Because it was a coordinated ambush, obviously. Here we go. Now let me see if I can screen cap this.
I mean, it's another one like Narvik where you really, really get a feel for how close everything is.
Like, I mean, we were talking...
Again...
Yeah. Like, it's the diorama really does show just how hemmed in Blucher really was, and why it was really not a good idea to just assume the Norwegians were going to roll over and die like the Danes had. Well, the Danes didn't roll over and die, the Danes chose to surrender to save their government and their people. And did so until back 1942.
What you get from it as well is an impression, and the guys will cover it later, I'm sure. But like when we then were later on in Sweden and in Stockholm and going out to some of the forts in the islands outside of Stockholm, you really get a sense of why, again, like the Germans aren't thinking of invading Sweden, because you sit there and go, "Good God, we couldn't do this to Sweden," because they have even better setup with close fire ranges for naval and everything else. You're just not getting through there at all.
And the Swedes
It's basically designed their entire system around killing everyone who tries to come at them.
I think
you're not going to be live.
The curator of the Narvik Museum actually probably put it best, where he pointed out that it's all well and good being neutral, but if you don't have the firepower to back up your neutrality, it's not worth anything. And that was the difference of Oslo was probably the best part of the Norwegian defences, and it relied on the Germans not realising a old fortress was still operational, whereas and with the best will in the world, Eidsvoll and Norgay were hopelessly obsolete, whereas the Swedish self-defense system was actually fully integrated and worked quite terrifyingly well. Although one little alternate history.
I remember listening to that line just quickly. I remember listening to that line from the very nice gentleman giving us a tour around the Narvik War Museum, and thinking, I bet Glynn could write a book based off that idea.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
nations, especially those trying to pursue, if it comes, you can imagine space power trying to pursue a policy of neutrality. And there's always the thing, arguing neutrals of going, shall we spend money on defense or not? Because we're neutral, so no one should attack us.
Yeah, I did touch on that in the first book in my most recent series, where the concept of the concept of the Swiss star system, economically powerful and very neutral, and the one that's actually visited in the book. It's like, you will emerge out from FTL in this one very specific place, or we will blow you to dust bunnies. Because we have the money to afford the firepower to stick to that. We are very neutral. We enforce that neutrality. Thank you.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of my little alternate histories that I will entertain. Is obviously the Norwegians did have Glatten and Gorgon, although they were called something different, which was supposed to be the successors to Norgay and Eidsvoll. And they got taken over by the Royal Navy in the First World War and turned into monitors with massive underwater bulges. One of them then caught fire and got torpedoed by about it needed torpedoing 3 times in the same place to sink in Dover. But the fun alternate history to contemplate is, if the Norwegians had accepted them back at the end of World War I and just widened 1 or 2 of their dockyards to be able to accommodate them, which was the main problem they had, if they'd had those 2 defending Narvik instead, then the thing that did in both Norgay and Eidsvoll was being torpedoed by the German destroyers. If you'd had Glatten and Gorgon sitting there instead, the Germans could have dumped a whole spread of torpedoes into their side, and they would have gone, that's nice. Now let me introduce you to your Lord and Saviour, the 9.2-inch gun in rapid fire mode.
Ba-bang, ba-bang. How many rounds a minute could they get off with their singles? Do we know?
It wouldn't matter too much, because one 9.2-inch HE round, and that's curtains for a destroyer. By the way, so this photo I just posted, I screen capped out of one of my bits of drone footage. That is Copas battery.
It's gone.
It's been heavily developed.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah. It's just gone.
Also, interestingly, for those of you who are looking on like browsers rather than on your computer rather than on your mobile phones, you can see like those are not very large yachts in that marina.
No, they're not.
And this photo, this cap, screen cap, comes from me. That my drone at this point is hovering right above Oscarsborg. That is the stretch of water some idiot drove Blucher through in the hopes that they would somehow get past. It frankly is. It boggles my mind that anyone thought this was a good idea, because, as I said to Gareth when we were there, even if every single gun at Oscarsborg was not functional, if I had half a dozen good snipers and 2 platoons of light mortars, I could hold that straight.
Honestly, if it was me, give me a battery of 4 French 75s. I'll hold it down.
Hmm.
Yeah, you could. It's quite embarrassing some points when you're looking through some of the scenarios for the Norwegians and just going, "Ow! How did you not hold this?" And it's 9 o'clock, so I'm just going to quickly take a pill in front of everyone. I'm not suggesting you do drugs. Please don't. This is clarithromycin, so yeah, don't do this one. It'll muck your stomach cut up. It's very good antibiotic though.
Paracetamol,
One second. The reason I've gone silent is I'm trying to help.
These are just carry around pills.
I'm trying to help the non-explosive Dan actually get into the dry dock and join us. So if you'll give me that's why I've gone silent.
That's fine. I have to say that. Do you have the pictures we took from the fortress in Vaxholm? Because that's another good example of that was just such a perfect place for a fortress. This is the only point you can really get through, and oh my, you're gonna have to go past this place, and it's gonna be full of guns. And let's be honest, the Swedes are obsessed with artillery.
Actually, I've just realised I've got a potentially slightly better. It's not a brilliant shot, but it will probably serve. So I took my drone up, obviously all over there. There we go. So that is the sum total stretch of water between Kopas and Oscarsborg, as seen from the drone above the Oscarsborg guns. That is literally bottom left corner, the side of Oscarsborg Fortress, and there's the marina on the other side. I mean, there is theoretically a passage down the other side of Oscarsborg, but that's even narrower. That is somewhere you do not. I mean, that the ferry goes that route, but
that's somewhere you take a destroyer at maximum, and even that's probably not sensible.
Here we go. So, I love shooting in 4K with the drone. It means I can screen cap almost everything. There we go. Come on, load up to everything. Yeah, that's the other side of Oscarsborg. So again, we're right over the gun batteries. You can't see them; they're down below. But that's the other side that you'd have to try and negotiate. And the little island with the bridge there on the right is where the torpedo battery lives. But yes, you can see that even the yachts are pretty big for that side. I can't remember. Did we? I don't think I used the drone in.
So where are we at now? We've just gone through Oslo Fjord. So where was next after Oslo Fjord?
After
Gothenburg.
Gothenburg, yeah.
Gothenburg was next, and Gothenburg was the Småland. That was the big thing
and,
for me.
And the Gothenburg and everything else. We did a lot in Gothenburg.
We also found the Gothenburg City Museum, and let's be honest, that was I think quite a lot of you were not sure. Garius was sure because he'd been there before, but he's not now because the internet's cut out. But I think quite a few of you were going, "Why have you said the City Museum? why are you taking me to the City Museum? And you got to the City Museum and you found the Viking stuff there and went, ah, yeah, this is why he brought us here. It was a very good little museum. But they were just...
There's Oscar's book, by the way, if anyone wants a nice picture for a screensaver or something. That's the gun battery. Right, so yes, let's switch over to... we've already shown the armor plate from Carl's Koga, haven't we?
Yeah. Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so I guess it's yeah, Gothenburg and Småland now. Gothenburg.
Yeah.
You got the Stat Museum, Maritiman, and someone went to World of Volvo.
That was Garrus again.
Mm-hmm.
Garrus went to World of Volvo. I think the rest of us would have actually quite liked to go to World of Volvo if we realised we could have done. But there again, that would have meant slightly less time in Maritiman Museum, and frankly, we wanted as much time there.
There he is. He's there. For some reason, it's fixed. There's Dan.
Mm-hmm.
And we also went to the Area Museum as well, which is the
we did
base
the Area
inside the
Museum.
mountain. And I wonder how many of those are still operational.
There you are, Dan. We got you in.
Yeah.
Hey.
So
I don't know.
Those of you who have probably seen the video already that I did on the Gothenburg ship, but I visited her, the East Indiaman that still sails, and there's Småland, aka Bofa's floating catalogue of doom.
Yes, I am honestly a destroyer. I have not been designed to destroy multiple Sveldlov class cruisers within 5 minutes. Oh, by the way, we wanted to have some missile capability. We're going to add that on top of our torpedoes. We're not going to replace our torpedoes. We're going to add that on top.
Yeah.
And
The only
a
reason
surprisingly large number of rockets.
Right. The only reason to take anything out of a warship is if you're worried about top weight, right?
Not necessarily.
Mounting the missiles on top of the torpedo launcher.
Not necessarily. Power generation can be an issue.
Yeah, but it's a missile. You don't need power generation.
Well, that's well. Sierra would probably disagree with that one.
Hang on a second. Let me just see if I can auto
I mean, you needed power for the complicated reloading mechanism they had down below with the reload chamber.
It depends.
And spare missile. Or you could just get people hauling on the pulleys, I guess.
Maybe.
Okay, so the I don't, for whatever reason, I don't know quite why, but it's not letting me. It's not letting me stitch these photos together. So you're just going to have to look at the individual photos one by one.
It gives a good impression.
One of the questions I had for the people on Sparland is, where on earth do you keep the crew? Because if you start with the first one, it's going back starting from the stern. So at the far back, you've got the steering gear. Then underneath the aft turret, you have the magazine for the aft turret. Then underneath the automatic Bofors, immediately forward of that, you have the magazine for the Bofors. And then immediately forward of that, in the hull, there's a massive magazine for even more surface-to-air missiles. Because, yeah, there's 2 on top of the torpedo launchers, but did you have 6 more waiting for you?
Those are surface-to-air missiles? I thought the RB-08 was a anti-ship missile.
Oh, sorry, surface-to-surface missiles. Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, misspoke.
No,
yeah, you got the 2 anti-ship.
They did have a surface-to-air capability, but it's more of a case of we see a group of aircraft over there, go to that point, and we're going to set you off, rather than it's a radar guide. It's a beam riding system.
Right.
Yeah, so
Secondary system, I think.
so you've got the so you've got these two missiles on top, and then if you look just immediately behind and below the missiles, you can see like a triangular box shape. That's the access hatch to the missile magazine, where they have more missiles to reload. Then forward of the missile magazine is the engines, and then obviously you can tell from where the funnels are, that's where the boilers are. And then if you look on the third picture, the one that's taken basically amidships, you'll notice there's a torpedo sitting next to the forward torpedo launcher, and it's on a trolley, and that's because the torpedoes are also reloadable. So directly forward of the boiler, this rail system for the torpedo reloads runs into a little hatch just underneath the forward automatic 40mm gun, and that goes down to the torpedo magazine. And then you go to the forward part of the ship, and you have the automatic twin 57mm and the forward 120mm. They both have their magazines under there. And then you've got the gigantic rocket-propelled
depth charges?
anti-submarine charges on the front. No, they're not really depth charges. They're
contact.
They're like basically a 14-inch shell with a bomb's tail and a rocket motor strapped to them.
Oh, do they explode at a set depth, or are they just hope we hit the target?
No, they're
variable depth.
They're variable depth, but they're basically they act a bit like depth charges in the water, but they're absolutely colossal. So, I mean, when you look at the picture which has the full bow in it, you can see the tall green thing standing up next to one of
That's one of the charges.
Yes.
Oh my sweet
they're
Jesus!
About the size of a person.
Very quickly, we've got a quick question.
Yeah, where exactly store the crew in all of that?
Yeah, and where were they?
There's like one tiny crew compartment in the hull, and other than that, it's in the little corrugated superstructure.
Oh, well, that's all right. Quick question from Steve Clark. Drac, I've seen the Indian Mee in Amsterdam. How does it compare to Gothenburg? And what is Gothenburg?
The what compared to Gothenburg?
Steve Clark says.
Oh, the Indian Mee in Amsterdam. I haven't seen the Indian Mee in Amsterdam, so I wouldn't know.
Fair enough.
But the Gothenburg I did find very, very impressive.
Is she a original, or is she a replica? I keep forgetting.
She's a replica. She's a replica. Obviously, I covered all this in the video that I've done on her already. But
so don't retread too much the same ground.
No, she's basically a replica to the lines of an original East Indiaman, also called Gothenburg, that sank just outside Gothenburg, so they were able to explore the wreck. The only, apart from obviously having a couple of engines deep in the ship for manoeuvring in harbour, because most harbours these days won't let you just sail in a ship that size. She is normally operated under pure sail power, and the only other consideration that they've given compared to the original ship is that on the original ship there were 2 gun decks. Obviously, Age of Sail style, very narrow, very shallow gun decks, as per this model. And on the current one, they didn't include the divider between upper and lower gun deck. They just have one gun deck, but it's a gun deck you can actually stand up in to demonstrate the principles of the gun deck. And then the cargo hold, because obviously they're not taking vast amounts of silver to China, the cargo hold is the crew living quarters.
With presumably better conditions than you would have had on an Indian Mee at that point.
Questionable. the half the crew still actually just legitimately sleeps on hammocks, arranged as you would on an original wooden sailing vessel.
Oh, wow.
The other half have bunks, but they're bunks, if you've ever been on a museum submarine, that kind of bunk.
Oh wow, so really are living it.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. I think all of us decided we go when hearing the description when he came back that day. We're all in the hammocks.
They've got the desalination. They've got a desalination plant on board. So you do each crew quarters section. I think if I'm remembering off the top of my head properly, each kind of crew accommodation room sleeps 14 in bunks and another 14 in hammocks, so 28. And each of those accommodation blocks in the hold has a shower.
I see.
Sorry, I found some more pictures of the anti-submarine thing.
Yeah.
And chuck them in.
Sean the Rule asks, simply related to what we were just discussing. So, question: what would the living quarters of a first rate be like during wartime? Presumably during the classic age of sail.
Almost everyone lived on the gun decks. Only the officers had quarters, and to be honest, if as you know, having gone around Victory, to be honest, if I was an officer, I'd probably actually prefer to sleep on the gun deck if I was anything but the first lieutenant, the captain, or the admiral, because those tiny little wooden prisons in the orlop deck.
Yes, I remember.
Not my idea of fun.
Yeah, I remember us seeing those on when we took that group round Victory. That was. Quick question from Lord of the Ducks. When was Blucher recovered, and how did they do it?
So they started salvaging little bits in the 50s, like the ship's screws and so forth. The big problem was anything they did was likely to breach her fuel tanks, and the last thing you want is a massive oil spill there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the wreck is apparently a good chunk of the wreck is still there, but what they've done is in the 90s and 2000s they've pumped out most of the oil, and they've basically trimmed the bits that would get in the way of shipping. Because this is the thing about the fjords. Even though Blucher sank very, very close to shore, that doesn't mean she sank in shallow water. I think someone put Franz the Fox Demon put up a diagram that kind of shows how deep that fjord gets. So with the screws off and with the fuel out, I think most of it's still there.
Oh wow!
So it's just because it's such a busy shipping channel, you'd have to go through 1,000,000,001 hoops to go down and visit the wreck.
Makes sense. Where are we now? So we've just gone to Gothenburg. After Gothenburg, where was next? Or was there anything else interesting at Gothenburg that you'd like to discuss before we move on?
The monitor.
Monitor?
Monitor.
Oh, you have me at monitor.
The Marathon Man.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it's one of the very, very earliest monitors. It predates practically everything that isn't an early American Civil War era thing.
Oh wow!
Well, where was John Erickson from?
Oh yeah, that's right.
There it is. So that's what's left of it.
That's a bit of a shame. It looks a bit like a...
Well, to be honest, that is an early monitor.
Where?
The only thing that's missing from this is the turret.
I was going to say, where turret?
Yeah, that's the only thing that's missing. They're currently trying to save up some money to stick the turret back on, but that's basically it.
Unless, given that I've seen a bunch of your videos on monitors, she looks smaller than Lyther. Much smaller than Lyther. And Lyther's a river monitor.
Yes. Lyther's a river monitor, but Lyther is not that much later, but a little later. But then again, actually, even Lyther is smaller than the original USS Monitor.
Oh, quick question.
Because you've got to remember that the USS Monitor has a hull, and then she has this kind of like raft-like overhang. So that makes, if you're looking at her from water level up, it makes her actually look significantly larger than she actually is as a ship.
Yeah.
Whereas this thing and Lyther, they don't have that overhang. You're basically just looking at the core hull.
Yeah. This 24cm gun that she carried, breech or muzzle loader?
Muzzle, I think.
For the monitor?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that was almost certainly going to be a breech loader at that point.
Yeah. Because she looks so... She's fairly small. Now then, my next question. That picture with the monitoring. What's the M20 and what's the P151? Because those did catch my eye during when the pictures of the destroyer were up.
P151's a patrol boat. Hang on. There's M20.
M20's a mine sweeper, I want to say, type. I think, rather than I think she was like the only ship there that wasn't designed to lay mines.
Yeah, she's
She's
Mins Vaparen M20.
Ah.
So dinky little thing.
Yeah.
And then
on the topic of laying mines, coastal defences and such, I know we'll get to this when we cover Swilmina, but obviously we'll get to that. But when I was standing on the gun batteries, and the last gun battery the fort ever received, the breech loading 9 and 11-inch guns, and looking out from the battlements over what was a somewhat sunny, somewhat rainy day in Helsinki, and I was looking out, and I realised I can see why this fort never received any more guns. Because it's not covering an enclosed bay. You can sit off at a distance and shell it, and once it gets beyond a range where, like you either double down on investing into a fort that has, you know, turreted or very large guns, and for Sulamina that would take a massive investment and would decrease the number of guns you could have, or you just accept the fact that this fortress no longer serves to defend the area it once did, given the increased range of gunnery, and that seems to have been what happened with Sulamina. It's not like Oscarsborg fortress, where it will always be effective because you can't sit off at range and shell it. Well, not as easily anyway.
Or Vaxxon. Vaxxon's also like that.
Yeah, so just for reference, a typical gunnery officer asked, is Weapon Alpha more space efficient than the Bofors ASW mount? Technically, yes, but also the Bofors one goes a lot further. A Weapon Alpha has a sub 1 kilometer range. The first version of the Bofors one has a fractionally longer range by about 100 meters, but the later rounds that were used in the Bofors one could reach out to a couple of miles and still carry, very, very big boom. So yeah, it's essentially with the Bofors one you're getting considerably greater range in exchange for taking up more space, whereas Weapon Alpha, you can hit fairly hard, but not anything like as long a range.
And let's be honest, one of the things we did sort of start to realise as we went through was the difference in terms of naval warfare in the Baltic. It was very much more amphibious than pretty much anywhere else we could go and look at, and I remember looking at the boats, the gunboats, in the museum in Stockholm, in the displays, and the fact they were designed for the cannon to roll on and roll off, and they had also been in Karlskrona. And you look at those vessels and you go, you couldn't really have that anywhere as something where we might need to fire these guns from the boat, or we can also get them ashore, set up a battery ashore, and then make it impossible for you to get through a channel.
Oh, Drac, that's a Type 23. That's literally just a Type 23. You can't tell me that's not a Type 23. Wear it with the Swedish flag, because that's what it looks like. I'm fairly certain that's a Type 23. I'm 99% sure. it looks like a Type 23.
No.
Well, that's Nordkapara, and she's a Draken class.
Wow, they really do look like a Type 23, don't they? Similar size.
Well, she's a late They're a late 50s.
Somebody's put their deadly enemy.
Yes.
Is that
the slightly worrying thing, actually, to be honest, about poor old Nordkapara in there is that she's about the same size as she's roughly the same displacement Type 7.
Where's all that displacement coming from?
Well, the Type 7's pretty tiny in and of itself, but she obviously does have a much larger conning tower dash sail.
True.
And she's carrying somewhat better motor setup, because obviously the Type 7, famously, as with most boats in World War II, much faster on the surface than underwater, whereas the Drakens could do, I think it was something like, it was roughly pre-dreadnought speeds on the surface, but they were about 5 knots faster underwater. But then again, you don't need to worry about particularly long range when you're operating in the Baltic.
I think I'm going to offer my apologies. I'm sorry to disrupt. I think I'm reaching the maximum level before I'm going to have a massive coughing fit.
Okay.
So I'm going to stay.
Mute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you and take care. And I'm going to go because honestly, I'll go take drugs, and the ones I go do will knock out my voice next.
Right.
Also, take care.
You take care of yourself, Dr. Clark. We can't afford to lose you.
You won't.
Oh,
This way. It takes a lot to
Yeah,
take
no,
me
it's
out.
not really common. Yeah.
The other fun thing you'll find with Nordkaparen is she actually has possibly what I think is one of the world's greatest submarine mounted reload systems.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Well,
yeah, I've got pictures.
Yeah, Dan will
I'm actually just going through.
So if you think about how a normal torpedo reload system works, this submarine is basically a giant revolver, but for torpedoes.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
She literally has a clip of a 6-round clip of torpedoes for
It's 8.
Is it 8? Okay.
It's 8. 2 secs. Where am I? Can't remember when we went there. Sorry.
Well, you went there multiple days, which isn't going to help things.
Yeah. So many pictures.
23rd was the first day.
Yeah. Pictures. Saying that, I think I bought a postcard or something with the torpedo launcher because it was so cool. Or was it a fridge magnet or something? Or did it end up as part of a video? Okay. Wait, I can't remember. Are we allowed to swear in this one?
Yes, you're allowed to swear on ramblings. You're fine.
Okay.
I found a low res image online. There you go.
That'll do. Oh my god, it literally is. It literally is just a revolver. You weren't lying, Drac. It literally is just like spin 6-shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we are fired. Quick, reload. Okay, next. Cha-ching.
Glenn has another furry research assistant.
Video. Annoying.
Everyone has furry research assistants. Even I have I have 2 furry research assistants. I have both Doggo and Cato.
So yeah, I mean, I say, well, after that, hang on, Gothenburg. Then it was Karlskrona after Gothenburg.
Yeah. Yeah. Did we talk about the errors, Ian?
Dog Clock mentioned it.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, so there was Karlskrona, which is kind of their equivalent of Portsmouth and Plymouth, except not flattened by the Luftwaffe, and then subjected to the horrors of British kind of post-war construction and stuff. Yeah, they have submarines. They have.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
in the Karlskrona Naval Museum, they have this wonderful object, which is the Hagen, the Swedish Navy's first sub.
Oh.
When you get underneath it, like so, and like so, it becomes extremely evident that it's basically derived from a Holland type sub, except they've stuck a bit of superstructure on top. If you've ever seen Holland 1 in Portsmouth, it's basically the next generation or next iteration on that design principle. But then they have a full-sized, much more modern sub sitting next to it, which
From the 70s.
Is
Sorry?
it
She's
somewhat?
from the 70s, I think, isn't she?
Yeah.
Is it somewhat akin to the British approach with the B and the C, where they very much display their Holland ancestry, but the superstructure gets bigger every time?
Well, this is the fun thing. They actually have, if I can find the right photo set, they actually have a record of every single submarine that the Swedish Navy has ever had. They going around the walls. They have little models.
Oh wow!
And it becomes very obvious very quickly that there is a big difference between the evolution of submarines for the Swedish Navy and the evolution of submarines for almost every other navy, because almost immediately, when they get to a size that's even physically possible, almost every Swedish submarine has either mine chutes or big blisters for carrying mines strapped to the side. And that goes pretty much... Yeah, I'm just looking through it all. Yeah, pretty much.
I unfortunately can't see any of these images because my Discord is for some reason deciding no, it's not going to load any of these lovely
I'm
images.
not putting them all up either because there's far too many of them. But I mean, when I do a video on Karlskrona, you'll see them all.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it basically takes until well into the Cold War before the submarines don't have very obvious mine carriage, and that's largely because at that point they've miniaturized mines such that they can fire them out the torpedo tubes.
Yeah, basically. It's basically what you get to. Most modern submarines can still deploy mines. They just lob them out the torpedo tube with a shout of probably "mine be gone."
Oh, one thing which they had, which I thought was very cool, and I will just stick up a picture of, was they also had a spar torpedo with a spar.
Yes.
So that thing that looks like a boom mic or something, kind of the long thing, of with the blob at the end of, just above the figurehead. That's the spar torpedo on the spar. So it would be basically a bomb.
A bomb on a stick.
Yeah. Oh, shush, Siri. Yeah, which
would be one of the stupidest naval weapon ideas ever.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. I mean, it's brave for those who opted to sail in ships with those equipped. I think I prefer my bang a little bit further away from me.
Yes, that's probably quite wise.
and one of the other very cool things there was we got access to their library.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, which was just chock full of goodies. Just trying to find some.
I've got a long list of books that I would take photos of, just going, I need this, I need this, I need this.
Yeah.
Although it was also quite funny looking through that library and going, I've got that, and I have this also.
Trying to see which ones I nabbed.
You and Alex keep recommending things I can't get on ebook, which makes me grumpy because I don't have that much shelf space.
In the rest of the museum, they've got all sorts of weird and wonderful artifacts, like this thing, which is the I want to clear the entire enemy deck in a single blast gun.
Yeah, which is reasonable.
And they have this thing next to it, which is the I'm not sure which side of the enemy to shoot, therefore I will shoot both gun.
Yes. And they let us go inside and play on one of their fast attack boats. So a couple of pictures there of
The one they still keep, the one they still keep operational.
Yeah, I mean the number of things where kind of they're like, oh yeah, don't be careful which bits you press because we're not sure which things are still active, and you're like, so basically this is moments away from being reactivated. Yes.
Yeah, they said they have a guy from the Swedish Navy come round once a year who just tests everything.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah. Oh, and they've got an array of torpedoes. I particularly like this little array of torpedoes in the museum because they have an original Whitehead torpedo, and it's so sharp it has its own little safety box.
Yeah,
it doesn't claim any further victims.
Yeah, the early Whiteheads were pointy.
And they had a variety of mines and such things on the Bremen. Just trying to find different pics, including one which had a little kind of spike on it, which was kind of cool. And that's the Bremen. Hopefully these are all uploading. It's just that I've got lag on my computer. I particularly like the one with the kind of little growth on the side. It's like a tumour.
Yes, it's reproducing through mitosis.
Yeah. And one of the other cool things they had was they had now.
One thing I will say is Discord does seem to be having a moment here. Like a lot of the images aren't loading. Sadly, is anyone else having that problem, or is it just me?
Yeah.
Dan's have come through for me. They just took a little bit.
Yeah, they're all coming through. They're just taking a bit longer than I would expect to load on my internet.
And then just after Dan's stuff, I've put up. They've actually got this, which is one of the best displays for explaining how armor works. It's a cross section from a Swedish armored cruiser.
Oh, you mean the Flickia?
So if you've ever wondered,
the Flickia?
No, it's the Sphere.
Oh, really?
But if you've ever wondered how armor plate is attached to a ship's hull, that is how it is done. There it is.
Yeah.
I didn't realize the Swedes had more than one armored cruiser.
Yeah, it predates the Spheres, but
because I knew they had
one of the.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, the other thing they had there were some little ship's boats from the kind of like mid-19th century, which have just kind of been going round on different things, and they're just the kind of little, long boats or cutters that you use for getting people to and from. And I've realised I don't actually have any photos that I can see of them. I just took video, which is mildly irritating, but so harder to share. If you think the photos are taking a long time to load, this would take an even longer time.
What are you looking for, Dan?
The pictures of the well, I didn't take any stills of the ship's boats they had on the opposite side of the
Oh yeah.
harbour.
I think I've got some with those them in the background. Yeah, there's one. I've got one shot which was mostly paravanes, but you can kind of see them hovering around.
Drac, what ship were you referring to? This armored cruiser.
Spare, SVEA.
SV. Because I've never heard of this one.
I heard the spare, so that makes sense.
Oh, the coast defense ship.
Yeah. Well, they call it an armored cruiser.
That's why it confused me, because as far as I was aware, in terms of traditional classification, only one ship in Swedish service ever really matched the term.
This photo I've put up, which is mostly the paravane system on the Bremon. In the background, you can just about see there's a whole the boats that Dan was talking about.
It's just really cool to see them still there and how much they totally haven't changed in terms of if you want a nice little wooden rowing boat to go on your go on things. Quite cool.
It is actually,
and they still use them. They still use them. They just use there's the equivalent of the sea cadets use them to motor on around the harbour or sail.
It's amazing. So after Sweden, it was Finland, wasn't it?
We've still got Stockholm to go.
Oh yes, sorry, Stockholm. I keep forgetting that. This is what I get for not knowing the schedule.
Yeah. So, I'd been to Stockholm before everyone else arrived because I had to leave early. So my photos are totally out of order for that. But our first proper day there, we went to the Vaxholm's kind of island fortress thing, didn't we? Which was rather cool, and had things like the array of mine. We have mines. Would you like some? Picture going up. And more mines. And more mines. Sorry, I'm just...
We see a consistent theme in Dan's photos. They're all mine.
No, this is a consistent theme in the stuff which you find in Sweden, it seems.
Oh yeah, they believe in mines.
They believe in sea denial.
Even the minesweeper has mine rails.
Yes,
because
everything has mine rails.
The Swedish approach to mines is please don't, unless it's us, in which case you will be able to walk from Sweden to anywhere else in the Baltic on the mines.
Yes.
Yeah, Vaxholm had that is actually really interesting. In the museum, they've got a whole series of maps of the Swedish of the Stockholm archipelago. I gotta stick mine up. So this is a hydrographic chart of the Swedish archipelago. Good luck figuring out which route you're going to choose to take to get to Stockholm. Spoiler alert, the little black dots are the fortresses they built to guard the one viable entrance.
Second spoiler alert, there are mines there.
Yes. And they've also got a whole series of dioramas, because as I said, the Swedes love their dioramas, which shows the stages of of Vaxholm's fortification, starting out with a little roundhouse and gradually getting more and more complex until you get to the fortress that you have today.
Yeah, we have kinds of fun guns.
Oh, good lord! I've just got my phone out and put 4G on because for some reason that works better than my internet that's actually streaming all this. But it's probably because I am streaming it and none of the images are loading. But I see what you mean, Drac, about the not the little Harjan. And then also there's the large boy, the large submarine. Yeah, that's big. That's big. The size of that.
Yeah, that's actually the first submarine I've been on that's actually has multiple decks.
Yeah,
there's two separate decks to it.
I didn't think any subs had two separate decks, even nowadays.
Yeah, and it's the 8 torpedo tubes.
Oh, is that what causes it?
Yeah,
kind of.
Because it's overall a relatively small sub, but it's just like if it shows up, it is just going to dump an absolutely gargantuan torpedo battery at you, and at that point, it doesn't really matter what happens next to it.
I mean, you're pretty much right there. It's basically a yes, Soviet submarine. You found me. Guess what your prize is?
But it's more of like hello Soviet Baltic Fleet. Goodbye Soviet Baltic Fleet.
Would the torpedoes coming out of those tubes have been wire-guided heavyweights?
Yes.
These were 2 tubes for lightweight. So they had 2 tubes that were the lightweight ones.
To take out enemy sub.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So they had small ones for anti-sub and big ones for...
when did this sub enter service?
70s? Late 70s,
yeah,
I think?
That explains it, yeah, because at that point there was still the distinction between light and heavyweight. You hadn't received, like, the Western submarines hadn't yet gotten the whole, on board with things like the Mark 48 and the Tigerfish. Yes, let's actually shoot heavyweight torpedoes at enemy submarines.
So I apologise for anyone who's not on a fast internet connection who's trying to look at the 4 photos I just put up, but those are the 4 cardinal points, north, south, east and west, as seen from above the Vaxholm fortress. This is the complicated diagram of routes you have to try and figure out if you're trying to attack Stockholm.
So Waxholm, what would that have been? What would that have been armed with?
Anything and everything.
Thank you, Drac.
Yeah,
that's incredibly helpful.
It's incredibly accurate.
Okay, let me narrow my question, shall I? In terms of anti-ship artillery, what would it have been armed with?
Yes.
Come on, Drac, work with it.
I mean, they had a whole load of stuff. They had everything from post. I mean, some of the stuff they had there was actually post World War II. When we were looking at the kind of the manufacturing dates, it was there was a 6-inch from, I want to say, 1939. That interestingly must be the one from the kind of experimental version of what they were giving to what they were selling to the Dutch from Bofors. They had things that looked like tank guns. I'm just sticking some photos up. They had howitzers. They had everything. Sorry, some of these may be repeat pictures. But also kind of outside the Army Museum, the one I put up, which is kind of just a huge array of bronze guns going into the distance.
Oh my god!
They just have that.
And then there's a bunch of turrets. Are those those turrets are interesting. What are they?
So those are coastal defense guns in 47, 57, 120 millimeter, and I think there was a 6-inch. So it was 4 point. Yeah, so I think that was the, and they kind of grabbed them from various different forts to stick them together as a kind of bit of a display, but they were all used just around there and things.
So was 6-inch the largest caliber, or was there anything above that?
No, they had like 9.2s, but they were from a generation before.
Yeah, because I do find it interesting that I suppose the Swedes were of the opinion that their 11-inch guns were much better placed on things that could move and be in more than one place, aka the Sverriers, rather than sticking them in a fort.
That much explosive. But if you need that much explosive, it's in a mine.
Yeah, they hack. The thing is, because Vaxholm was part of a network of fortresses, so it's constantly being updated. There are guns all over the place. You can see in the Dan shots, and then I've got the drone shot of the same area. But there's a whole array of fortresses all along this section of the archipelago, and they're all armed with a variety of weapons. The older fortresses have a bewildering variety. The newer fortresses just have like the big turreted gun that's there. The newer fortresses have just like 5 or 6 of them. But the thing is, most of the new fortresses, like the World War I, World War II era stuff, they're great, but they're also incredibly boring if you want to go and have a look at them. Because Vaxholm, being a much older fortress, it's got walls, it's got turrets, it's got all wonderful bits.
No,
the World War II stuff. It's just like, here is a slightly flat sloped bit of hillside that is also inside a bunker. And you've got a point there. It's not like Oscarborg, where it's interesting because yes, it is a more modern fortress, but it has those big 11s. It's not the same, and also the torpedo battery and everything else. With the Swedes, like when it came to modern coastal defences, the Swedes and the Finns basically said, let's have an underground bunker that's complex, but then the only sign will be a bunch of 6-inch guns sticking out of the side of a hill. And even then, good luck spotting them. Yeah, well, I mean, that's all you need by the 20th century, because you've got to remember, even like Oscarsborg starts off in the middle of the 19th century in its current iteration, and various forms of it go back a lot further still.
So just to take a quick divergence, and I know this is a slight...
This is the fort on the other side.
So
Vaxholm's got a bit on the other side of the water, which...
I'm getting the images now. Whoops. Oh, sorry.
Photo. So it's kind of where Drax... If you kind of were where there's that big sort of wall facing out. That's facing out on Drax photos. And then across the wall, across that water, so kind of where the drone was kind of flying over, there's then another fort.
Oh, wow.
And that's got just a field of granite in front of it that's kind of incredibly jaggedy, so you wouldn't be able to kind of hide in it. I've only got video rather than stills of it to upload. But it's just it's like the only place I've seen stuff like it really is Malta at Valletta and names.
Yeah.
And this is just for one fort. And this is now an artist's commune apparently.
But I didn't think artists could have communes. I thought art was supposed to be for... Well, I suppose artist communes does kind of make a bit of sense. Art for the people and all that.
It was really complicated, sets. And they had, in the Vaxholm Museum, they had stuff about how they would control the different layers of defence. So, very much that your HQ... and your command and control was separated from the transmitters, from the sensors, from the weapons, really distributed so that you couldn't take out all of it. They were sneaky, basically. Or rather, they thought about it, and then they thought how they would stop somebody from doing all those things.
So I actually have. Sorry, go on, Dan. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, you were finishing, but I cut you off.
No,
Go
no,
on,
I think
please.
that was it.
So I do have 2 talking points I'd like to discuss quickly. Given what you said, Drac, just a bit ago, about, how by the time you get to the mid-20th century, you're looking at the 6-inch rapid-fire gun as your primary coast defense weapon. Why during the Second World War, on both sides of the Channel and along the Atlantic Wall, do we see proliferation of 9.2-inch, 14-inch, and on the German side, 12, 11, basically whatever guns the Germans can lay hands on for the Atlantic Wall in terms of anti-ship weaponry, when large caliber guns for shooting at ships aren't really that effective, and we see that borne out during the war?
It's basically it's a combination of the 6-inch guns are very useful for putting all over your country because you can produce them in fairly rapid numbers, fairly large numbers, and you can install them in fairly minimal installations. Worst comes to worst, you can actually put a 6-inch gun on wheels and just keep it in a warehouse or a shed and wheel it out for coastal defense. And it's about the biggest gun you can realistically do that with. So if you need to cover substantial portions of your coastline in artillery that can see off almost anything, the 6-inch gun is perfect. The difference between that and somewhere like Oscarsborg or various parts of the Atlantic Wall is that the enemy is coming for that area specifically. The Allies aren't about to invade in the middle of the Bay of Biscay or something like that. And it's relatively confined waters because it's for the Atlantic Wall. And also, it's about who is your enemy. So if you're Norway or something like that, the chances of someone sending a full-scale capital ship after you are pretty slim. At which point, a 6-inch gun can hurt almost anything that isn't a full-scale capital ship.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That's especially after Washington, when the armor of cruisers degrades compared to what it was.
Yeah, whereas if you're the Germans, they're coming after you with the big guns.
You're potentially going to be going at really short ranges, and I think it's like, well, we had them. If you look at the guns that went there, it was the 9.2s. Why? Because we got rid of all our 9.2-inch cruisers. Why was it the 14-inch guns? Because we had some random ones that Armstrongs had made and had failed to sell to anyone kicking around. Because it's things like when we went to Australia, the 9.2-inch guns were from about the 1890s, I think, or very early 1900s.
They were some of the stock of guns left over from some of the earlier armoured cruisers that had been decommissioned.
Good point.
Yeah, so
good point.
They're just recycling the guns.
I suppose we should be glad then that coastal artillery of large calibers, when placed in single guns, and even if used as a battery, isn't that effective. But we also should be glad that Hitler was convinced that there would be a Gotterdammerung, and that therefore I think there were 1 or 2 in Normandy and France, but most of the 16.5s went to Norway.
Yeah, well, the big thing is, with mounting big guns, you have to put huge infrastructure in place, because you can't have them on wheels. You have to have them essentially either in a turret, like they did with Gneisenau's 11-inch, just literally stick the entire turret in. Or
How did they get that there? How did they get that there? That's always confused me.
They reconstructed it.
Oh, that makes more sense.
But with the guns, say, that don't have a turret, like the 16s and the 16.5s, or some of the 15-inch guns that they use and so forth.
I have a quick.
You have to build an entire concrete structure, like a proper concrete turret infrastructure for the gun. At which point, if you're going to put all of that expense and time and effort into sticking something that monstrous in place, you've got to be pretty sure it's going to be worth it.
Yeah.
And that means you have to be pretty much sure that someone is coming after you there, and they're coming after you with battleships, and there's nothing else that you can do to stop them that might be marginally cheaper.
Yeah. I would like to clarify something. I said 16.5s. I think I'm wrong there. The Germans didn't actually get around to building any of the 16.5s. They were the 16s.
They had them on paper. They built 16s. There's some reports they may or may not have bored out one or two to 16.5. But what happened to them, whether they actually did it, whether they discussed it, whether they did it as test pieces.
I just wanted to clarify because I've made a mistake there. That's on me.
I actually had a ruler. I had a ruler with me when we went to Harstad because I wanted to measure what the bore of the Harstad was.
to check if they were 16s or 16.5s.
Yeah, and then we didn't get to go there, so I think they knew.
Yeah, but those were the guns for the H-39s, weren't they? That were going to go on the H-39s.
Yeah.
We discussed this last week, but just while we're on this rambling topic quickly. Why didn't the Germans just jump straight to 17? Why make that 1-inch jump rather than the more typical 2-inch jump? Just go straight for 17s. Don't bother about boring out. Don't bother about a 1-inch jump. Just go straight for 17s.
Infrastructure and tooling.
Oh, really?
If you have a look at the video I did on how they actually build battleship guns, you can see the absolutely phenomenal amount of effort and technology that goes into it. And usually, for most of the big nations, the two biggest limits outside of can you actually do this metallurgically so it doesn't explode, the two biggest limits in actually manufacturing the blasted things in the first place are how big are your gun cooling pits.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, if you built a gun pit for a 15-inch gun with a bit of wiggle room, you might be able to get a 16-inch in there, but good luck getting a 17 or 18-inch. And it's very expensive to build those things. The other thing is how big an ingot of metal can your steel foundries actually make? Because even when you're talking about like each of the jackets and hoops, any one of those jackets and hoops might be 10, 20, 25 tons, maybe a bit more on the really big stuff. And yeah, you can manufacture a 120, 180, 200 ton steel ingot. But remember, you've got to bore out 80-90% of that to make the jacket. So if you're making, let's say, using slightly random numbers, but let's say you want to make a bigger gun than 15-inch. Well, if you can manufacture a 180-ton ingot and you can mill that down to a 25-ton jacket or hoop, and that's big enough for you to build a 16-inch gun, then you're building a 16-inch gun. If you want to build a 17-inch gun, then, you know, square cube law and all that, you'll probably need a 220-ton ingot. And if your steel manufacturers can't manufacture you a 220-ton ingot consistently and reliably, quality-wise, you ain't building that gun.
Yep, that's basically... Yeah.
I have to apologize, but I'm going to have to drop off. I do actually still need to get some work done today. So
it's been a pleasure meeting you, Glenn. It's fantastic.
Thank you all for having me. And
I hope to see you in meet space before too long.
Yeah.
Take care again. Goodbye. But yeah, no, that's it's really interesting because I've been given a lot of as I've been talking more and more about naval stuff, my Grandad Terry, who is still with us, he has a lot of experience in the steel industry. He's worked for Sheffield Forge Masters, he's worked for Firth Browns, operated his own forge. He's been basically drilling it into me that no, you can't just make guns and armour. It's a complicated process to forge steel at the best of times. Never mind steel that has to survive the shock of being fired, or steel that has to survive the shock of having shells rammed into it at speed.
Yeah, I mean, well, even just on the armour thing, you look at the run-up to World War II, the restriction on Britain building battleships in the run-up to World War II was actually a limitation on armour and gun manufacturing.
Absolutely.
And they had to invest tens of millions of pounds, which in the 1930s is not an inconsiderable amount of money. That's like an entire battleship's worth of money just to upgrade the foundries, not even to back to the World War One levels, to a fraction of what World War One manufacturing capacity was.
And during that lag, didn't they have to buy from the Czechs?
Well, they had the Czechs supplied homogeneous armor, so the kind of stuff you'd use for deck armor. But the thing was that what that meant was it freed up some of the manufacturing capacity of the British foundries, which could manufacture British face-hardened armor. So instead of the British foundries having to do both face-hardened and homogeneous armor, so if you're American Class A and Class B, the British foundries could concentrate entirely on doing face-hardened armor, and then they could make up the difference with the Czech armor. But even for years and millions of pounds of investment, they managed to go from we can build 2 battleships a year to we can build 3 battleships a year if we snag guns for them from somewhere else, which is how you get Vanguard. Because the original plan, because this is why the King George V's were being built in 2s, and why the Lions were being built in 2s. And then once they had the armor manufacturing up to speed, then they said, okay, right, now we can do 3, but we haven't got the gun foundries up to speed yet. So, Vanguard, potentially without World War II, would have had a whole bunch of successor sister ships, because they would have been doing the Lions, which would have been all new, and then a whole series of Vanguards, which would have been adopting modified gun turrets as the Revengers got decommissioned.
Would they have been true sisters or half sisters as various new technology came in for Vanguard? Just while we're on the topic.
They probably would have been close to sisters. I mean, there would have been mild iterations each year as information and technology improved, but then, if you look at the difference between King George V and Howe and Anson.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, good point.
They're still broadly King George V's.
More 40mm.
Yeah, this is. I've actually been waiting for us to, because going back to Scandinavia quickly off that tangent we just went down. This chrome armor plate delivery test for Bofors 12-inch armor shells. Did Bofors supply the armor piercing shells for the Riverdavias?
Yeah, and the armor, I think. And also, that's an armor plate. And to give an idea of the size of the holes, we do have a photo or 2 of us all sticking our heads through those holes.
So, though, what guns were they firing at that? The 12-inch?
12-inch shells.
And that's 12-inch
shells at 12-inch thick plate.
Was that from guns equivalent to the Rivadavia's own guns?
Yes. Bofors was supplying them with the shells.
That reinforces my point that the Rivadavias handily win any South American dreadnought fight. Because
it was obviously it was a relatively close range test, but actually we had a lot of fun. We've actually got a couple of videos shot of me and Dr. Clark actually examining each of the shell penetrations, because if you look at the one, especially at the back, you can see the manner of failure of the plate is slightly different for each shot.
Yes, it is.
So we were going through and figuring out which shot had been at high velocity and or close range, and how it trends down to shots that are hitting much slower and just about capable of penetrating.
And Dr. Clark has informed me. Dr. Clark's been really upskilling me, Drac, on all of this knowledge. So I'm a lot more knowledgeable than I used to be. It's important to bear in mind which of these shots was the first one to hit this bit of plate, because that's the one that's closest to a penetration of the armor belt first time, because the more after an armor plate takes a round, the structure of that steel has fundamentally changed.
Yes, which is it's one of the many reasons why you don't build ships with armor belts that are made up of half a dozen massive plates.
No, because if
one gets compromised, it's partially compromised across its entire length.
Yeah, it's a very bad idea. So what conclusions did you come to then about this bit of plate?
So, the short version, if you look at the third, the one that comes after the sign, so it's showing all the penetrations from the back.
Yep.
The one at the bottom left, we concluded was the highest velocity shot. So simulating the closest range penetration. Because when
that's
you look
really
at
gone right through. That's really punched.
But what's happened there is it's punched through, but in crude terms, the shell has punched through with so much energy and at such a velocity that the energy hasn't had time to properly propagate through the steel.
Right.
So what's happened is the shock wave has gone through the steel, but the physical presence of the shell has arrived almost immediately thereafter. So what you've got is essentially brittle fracture, where the shell has just smashed a whole chunk out of the back.
So would that not have caused much damage to the rest of the plate then?
I mean, there'll be shock damage throughout the rest of it, but it's mainly the manner of failure. If you look at that nearest bottom left here, you can see where the shell actually passed through.
Yeah, that's
it's
really clean.
It's almost flowed like water.
It's
where
almost
the shell has actually shoved its way through before the steel has had a chance to fail, and then further around, it's just shattered like glass and had chunks of it ripped off by the shockwave.
To layman,
it's
sorry, go on. You first. I'll finish later.
And then I was going to say, so then what you've got then is the top left, then the bottom right, then the top right, and then finally that center shot is the slowest.
Yeah.
And on that, you've still got a 12-inch hole, but now the energy is arriving at a somewhat slower rate. So instead of just pretty much almost instantaneously failing, you've got a much more plastic deformation going on, and it's obviously heavily bulged.
So presumably that plate, I thought that I wasn't aware. So was that plate built to replicate just the best 12-inch plate that both of us could produce? Or was that spare plate from the River Davias? So was that
would have been...
I think it was a plate just from the production line.
Yeah, this was just a typical 12-inch plate.
Because I was thinking, like, were they testing the River Davia's own guns against her own armor? Or because I thought her armor came from the US.
Bear in mind how the 12-inch armor or thereabouts is incredibly common on dreadnoughts around this time period. It's not specifically about this is how your armor will perform against your own guns, because that kind of stuff can be done by theoretical calculation. It's more a case of essentially quality checking. Will our shells penetrate roughly this level of protection at the following speeds, which obviously equate to various ranges?
They vary them by powder, don't they, when they're testing like this?
Yes, because there's no way you'd get a grouping like this with a 12-inch gun at the different ranges that those hits
makes sense.
represent.
I'm trying to imagine the grouping. I mean, Admiral Lee might have managed it.
One of the things
just imagine him from like 12 miles.
One of the things I've often discussed in ramblings whenever the South American nations are brought up is the various dreadnoughts they ordered. I know this is a tangent, but just bear with me here. And I very often stood by my opinion that if it came down to a war, the River Davies would clean up very quickly and easily. Because they have the best armor, and as you can see here, their guns, their 12-inch 50s can quite cleanly punch through 12 inches of belt armor, and neither of the ships they're facing have even remotely that.
Well, the Minas Gerais are definitely coming off the worst, but that's just because they're the oldest. The interesting thing would be obviously Chile doesn't get Littoret until after the First World War. But you've got to remember that when they do, they get Littoret in her post-World War One fit, having spent time as HMS Canada, which means that she has what for the time is the most up-to-date fire control systems. The Rivadavia...
And the ability to totally not commit war crimes.
Yes. The Rivadavias are they've been in service for about a decade at that point. They're a generation or two behind in their systems. Now, if it was both Rivadavias versus Littoret, then yeah, sure, they'll probably win just through sheer weight of fire and the fact it's 2v1. But, if they manage to catch them in a 1v1, although Littoret has significantly less armor protection, she can hit from further out, and she can hit harder, and she's actually more likely to be able to maintain an accurate long-distance fire.
Yeah. It basically depends on whether or not, because obviously the Rivadavias do go for a refit in the 30s. I don't think Littoret does. I think
she does get one interwar refit.
Does that change her fire control fit? Because I know the Rivadavias did get a fire control fit.
It doesn't change most of the equipment itself, but it does refine things.
Because I know one of the big things the Argentinians were keen on in the refit in the 30s was to give them some form of central fire control and directors.
Yeah, which kind of illustrates the point of the fact that they don't have that.
Yeah, yeah. So like after that,
whereas Littoret does.
Yeah, like after that, it's basically horses for courses. But before that, Littoret just laughs hysterically while blatting them from range.
I mean, to be honest, after that refit, it's a case of who's spent the pesos that year to actually have their ships serviceable.
Yeah, I know that the I've done a bit of research on this because I've become very interested in the whole South American dreadnoughts and their capabilities throughout the years. And I know that while Brazil did let theirs degrade quite heavily, both Argentina and Chile did spend reasonable amounts of money keeping the ships serviceable, at least, and combat capable, possibly.
To a degree, they were getting to the point of being non-combat operational by the time of the Second World War.
Yeah.
But it's more of a delay. It's a delayed.
Yeah.
Failure. They weren't spending enough money to keep them actually frontline operational. It was just a case of we put it in mothballs, and it this year and for the next 3 years it'll be okay. 4 to 6 years we'll need to spend a fair bit of money to get them operational. 7 to 10 years it won't have sunk, so we can still technically patch it up. And on it goes. Swinging back to Stockholm because.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry about the tangent. Sorry. Yeah, let's power through.
So we've got Vasa.
Vasa. She's in relatively good.
Be able to do.
She's in good shape for a ship that spent a good chunk of time at the bottom of Stockholm Harbour.
Yeah, I'm gonna be able to do a few more videos on her now because I did want to do a video on her salvage back when I went to visit Vasa a few years ago. The main reason I didn't is because I reviewed a bunch of my footage and I realised that a bunch of the footage I'd taken in the museum back then had been taken with a GoPro, and the one thing GoPros are not very good at is low light conditions. And the Vasa Museum, for understandable reasons, has relatively low light conditions. So unless everyone wanted really, really noisy, frankly rather terrible footage where you couldn't really see all that much, I just couldn't do it. This time round, I went with much better camera equipment, so I'll be able to pick up that series at some point later in the year and do a couple more videos on Vasa, which will be quite nice. You get a chance to see me suffer from a vertigo attack in real time.
Oh, good lord! I didn't know you suffered from vertigo, Drac.
Oh yeah, engineering-induced vertigo. It's not fun.
Yeah, I've been there. It's not. Yeah. Also, all of the Legos. Wow, that is a lot of.
Yes.
So we'd met this exhibition in Sydney, and they'd added a few bits, which was very cool. So they had I've only got video of it. I don't think there's any. I'm slightly worried about what will happen if I try and upload some video, that it may break everything.
That container ship looks like it's having a bad time.
Yeah, they've got a Lego. They've got a Lego Vasa.
Oh, that's adorable.
And you can roll it over and sink it.
Oh, that's even better.
And they've also got a Lego Vasa salvage.
Ooh.
There you go.
I mean, the salvage work that recovered Vasa is just incredible. Like, genuinely incredible. Like a magnificent
Also
piece
hilarious.
of engineering.
It was literally the way they salvaged ships when they could salvage them back in the Mary Rose's time period, just very slightly updated for modern materials and methods.
Something. If it ain't broke, don't fix it? Question mark.
Yeah. So they also had an Erebus and Terror.
Ooh, Erebus.
Just uploaded. So they're quite fun. And there's a Titanic which I did a walk around of.
Is that her on her plunge? Is that her on her plunge to the seabed?
Yeah, but then if you watch the little the video of the Vasa is of somebody doing the thing of it going over.
That's
and then
me.
kind of coming around. Yeah.
Here we go, and Drac is about to push the button.
No, it's a little wheel you turn. I think,
Well, you have to hand crank it.
Oh, but he's turned the hand crank, and over she goes, and then back up she comes. That's a sturdy Lego model to not lose any of its bits going over.
I suspect they have used the super glue.
The Craggle.
Mm-hmm.
Models. I love models. Okay. I have questions. I love model ships. And first of all, I'm actually going to jump to the one in the middle first. What I think looks like. I'm going to take a guess, and given the way the guns look, that's an unprotected cruiser with full rig.
The white thing?
Yes.
That is the steam Corvette.
No, I think it's a Corvette.
Yeah, it's the steam Corvette Freya, launched in 1885.
Oh, so kind of an unprotected cruiser under a different name, I suppose. So I wasn't far off.
I mean, the Royal Navy in no way just retitled their Corvettes.
Third class cruiser.
Yeah. Oh wait, they did.
I mean, which navies actually used the term unprotected cruiser? I know the Spanish did.
Everyone did eventually. The 19th century was very much a case of, this is what the Royal Navy's using as a title, let's do that. Unless you, of course, use friend.
Oh, I see Fligure in the background with her distinctive twin turrets in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose we should talk about the two little torpedo boats, because those are very clearly torpedo boats.
This is the Stockholm Naval Museum, Stockholm Maritime Museum. They have huge. There is an entire wing which is just full of these models.
I'm planning on driving to visit my Finnish cousins next time I go. So I'll be going across North Sea and then driving through Denmark and Sweden. I will definitely be making stops along the way, I think.
I've got something like 150 photos of the model room.
Wait, there's a model room? Ooh.
Yeah, it's like the third of the museum.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
So those two torpedo boats, by the way, the nearer one, the black one, is the second-class torpedo boat, and I have no idea how to pronounce it. It's BYGVE.
Oh.
Which is an 1888 model boat, and then the other one is the first-class torpedo boat Gondol, which was built in 1894.
Very nice. Please tell me they have Spherias. Please tell me they have a model of the Spherias. I would.
Of course they do.
Oh yes. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Those two monitors look very, very interesting, but very different at the same time. One is very clearly older, but one with the longer guns is very interesting in terms of its modernity. With the casemate battery aft and the twin, what I assume are breech-loading guns forward.
The closer one, the sort of greenish one, is the John Ericsson.
Wait, that John Ericsson?
Yes, built by John Ericsson, named after John Ericsson, launched in 1865.
Just a quick question.
It's basic USS Monitor done so it doesn't sink immediately, the first sign of...
On top of the turret, are those shielded Gatling guns?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's an interesting concept. I suppose it would prevent boarders from wedging the turret shut. And the other one? The larger one?
The Swedes managed to make the... they make Texas seem like a peace-loving place that doesn't really like weapons. It is insane. They're like, there is a bit of space here. We could put more gun. More gun here, more gun there. Not sure if there's room for a gun there, but we'll put one anyway, just in case. Yeah.
Yeah. The ship in the back there is the coast defense ship Gotha, built in 1889.
Yeah. Both was for days, as Duke was saying, but it's impressive, and they have just so many of them, and most of them are to the same sort of scale. So you've got the aviation. I've stuck up a few of my other ones. So the aviation cruiser, and some of the other stuff. And you get some of their destroyers, which are fun.
Oh, the Spherias. I will admit, I do love the coast defense ships generally, but there's just something about the Spherias that I just love. I really do love the Spherias.
We also went to the Rex Museum.
That was good.
Oh, it's Gotland! I love Gotland. She looks so pretty.
One thing actually I forgot to check with the others. This is going to sound really silly. Did you actually make it to the museum ships just outside the vessel?
No, I didn't.
With the they've got the Leif Erikson.
Yeah, I saw them, but I saw them, but I didn't get the chance to get on board.
Oh, so you missed the steam port.
Yes.
Let me put up some steam port. They have a big triple expansion engine that still works. And
it took 6 days to warm up.
Yeah. With Scotch boilers. Just trying to. Yeah. So there's a few picks going on with that.
I will admit, I do have a love for steam, and the closest I've ever been to some form of triple expansion engine was, I don't know if any of you have ever been to Sheffield, but the old rolling engine that they have at Kelham Island. And that thing's impressive enough. I mean, it's quite something to watch it. Like, it can be running at RPMs that would be running a ship through the water at 18 knots, and then in a second it just switches, it stops, and then goes in reverse. It's incredible. Did they actually run the steam engine while you gentlemen were there?
They didn't run it whilst we were there, because the problem is they have Scotch boilers, but because they are quite elderly, they take about 10 days to warm them up. But they will be sailing in, I think, August, plus the fuel costs a fortune. But yeah, and what they've got is the ship originally had 4 Scotch boilers. Originally coal, they then got changed over to oil in the 50s when she changed her name from Icebreaker 2 to Centeric, and they've got one which they've taken the front off, which is there's a photo of, so you can see how it works. 2 which run, and 1 which has been somebody tried to dismantle and I think cut the wrong bits off, and so it's just kind of a mess, and it's going to be a complete disaster to try and get better. So back when it was running more, it was much easier to get it up and running, but now because it's a museum, because they do it slowly and things, and it was the array of giant spanners as well that I think people struggled with. And yeah, and what was really great with the engine room there was that it was, because it's the warship, and the Centeric is like, she's something like, I'm trying to remember, she was the length of she's 61 meters long, but she's like 12 meters wide or something. She has a ridiculous length to beam ratio in terms of breadth, and of course she's not a warship, so there's actually some space in the engine rooms to actually look at stuff and move around them a bit, rather than being stuck kind of just there. And then the other picture I put up was there's a kind of motor, one of the missile fast attack craft turned up whilst we were there to kind of say hello from the veterans flotilla who we didn't get to see. And so you can say that you really like Steam, and yeah, Steam is great, but that was a jet turbine rocking up and just looking that was so sexy.
I will admit, I don't mind a good jet turbine.
Other things you could find when we were in Stockholm, the Stockholm Arms and Armour Museum, with the world's blingiest bit of plate armour.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, the submarine. I was there. Fleet has pictures, actually. Fleet has pictures.
Oh, yeah, he's seen the Sumalina submarine that Dr. Fox just posted.
Yeah, Fleet has pictures.
But before you put those up, I would like to introduce you to my new favourite gun.
Oh, Drac, you didn't.
This is not a one-off. This is something that was in 3 different museums in Sweden, so this is clearly a Swedish delicacy in terms of firearms. It is the world's craziest and silliest I want to kill everybody in an approximately 30-degree cone ahead of me gun. And yes, it is on the end of a very long stick. It's literally like 24 pistol barrels strapped to a big stick.
Small cannon.
Yeah. And it's only marginally less insane. You also have the Rebaldequin rifle. See, the reason I like the first one is the first one has just a completely random set of angles on it.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! That's just yes, clear space in front of me.
It's platoon fire for one guy. It's the one-man army platoon fire. These things are bonkers, and they did have them in lots of places, which kind of scared me. And then I'm just having a quick look at some of the ones Alex has put up.
The ultimate helmet, just in case you want people to know who is attacking you whilst remaining well protected.
It's like, we need this to be metal and we want it to be angled. Do you care what the angles look like? Not particularly. Cool. Yeah, that's yeah. And also they have a wonderful thing in because were those in the Liv Rush Museum?
The one where you ran into us again just before you had to head off. in the old palace.
Yeah, because I'd been into that one because it was such low lighting. But that's the Royal Armory. And
Oh my
things
goodness!
Mm-hmm.
There. So that's why most of them are so impressive like that, because they are the it's all the royal goodies.
Yeah.
And then what other goodies do I have? Yeah, that's a submarine I didn't get to see.
Yeah, this is now we're on to Helsinki.
Oh, Helsinki! Excellent. See, this is something. See, this is where Fleet can actually bring his own experiences in, because I've been there. This is places that I have actually been as well. If I can actually, I think I sent the images to Drac. If I can, because they're on my phone, but I have them. I have them on. Because it says it's a Drac as well. But I'm just going to copy them from that DM rather than dragging my phone out from wherever I've put it. And so there's Drac's image of the submarine, and here is my images of the outside of the submarine. Yeah. So I remember literally walking and thinking, "Oh, finished submarine. Wonder what it looks like." I literally rounded the bend and went, "That's a Type 2. You can't tell me that's not a Type 2. That's literally a Type 2. I assume you had a somewhat...
Well, it's actually it's the prototype essentially.
And we now have a video of the starting sequence for the engines as well.
What?
Oh, yes.
We have a video about the engines on the Type 2 submarine.
Oh my.
And how it's incredibly likely that at least one of your crewmen will die a horrible electrocution death every time you start it up.
Oh my. That's I remember entering the submarine and through the front entrance, and I was like, I can barely fit in here by myself. And barely squeeze through here by myself. I dread to think how the crew managed. And it also makes abundantly clear to me why the Type 2s only carried a pair of reloads. Because there wasn't room for anything else. Also why they couldn't carry anything above an autocannon. Where are you going to store the shells for an actual proper deck gun? There isn't room.
Sorry, I was just going through, having a quick look through some of my other picks, and found one or two that are quite fun. This, by the way, sorry, just going back, way back to the armor plate. That's a bit of turpit with a ruler to measure. Just to kind of give an idea of scale. What else did I have? I have a nice collection of the pictures of the different beers I tried. Desserts. Sorry, I'm getting distracted drooling over the burgers again. Food. Sorry. There's the Volvo Ute. That was special. Thoughts about that one, please, everyone? Sorry, scrolling through, seeing what else I've got, because I'm going to have to head to bed soon, because I forgot the whole sleep thing last night.
Oh, dear. Right, so let's quickly hammer through.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to head off in a second.
Did you, quickly, before we go on, did you guys get to the 12-inch guns? Because I didn't manage to get to them. I was going to, but I didn't manage to.
Unfortunately, again, as with a reasonable amount of our stuff, with a certain amount of our stuff, we had the problem of Russians. They were as with Norway and Sweden, various shenanigans that their easternmost neighbours have been getting up to meant that security levels had gone up, which meant that even though we had all the standard security background checks done, when they're on maximum alert, you need enhanced security background checks, which are a lot more complicated, and we hadn't done because we weren't anticipating stepping into an area of heightened tension, or at least heightened quite as high as it was. So,
yes.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to go there.
Oh, well, it's a good thing that we skipped it then, because I probably wouldn't have gotten to see it either. Because I have even less connections than you guys do, so I didn't miss much. Right, so quickly before everyone has to go, is there any quick wrap-ups you want to do? Anything you want to mention to people about places to go, things to visit, before we wrap up?
Gothenburg, it was all really amazing. Gothenburg was amazing and fantastic. The Stockholm's lovely as well. Karlskoga was really sweet. It just was like somewhat in the middle of nowhere, and a pity that everything was closed. Karlskrona was gorgeous, lovely place. Narvik. I'd happily go back to all of them, and kind of plan to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the only, I mean, I'm definitely going back to Narvik because I discovered you can dive on most of the wrecks. So I'm going back to Narvik next year to actually dive the wrecks, because I'm thinking of remastering and splitting because I've got a battles of Narvik video, and I think between the Narvik Museum and then diving the actual wrecks, I'll have enough material to actually expand on that and do 3 separate videos for the 3 battles of Narvik. And yes, for those in the chat, that literally means, well, scuba dive in a dry suit, because otherwise you'll get hypothermia in about 4 minutes. But yes, so once I've done my advanced open water scuba diving qualification and enabled myself a dry suit, I will be diving the wrecks, and then I'll do battles of Narvik 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, don't forget to bring an underwater camera. Don't forget to bring an underwater camera if you can manage to get one of those.
Oh yeah, obviously. I mean, the water's crystal clear, so it'll be absolutely fantastic for filming. So it'll literally be, and then Georg Thiele sank, and here is Georg Thiele. And I'll be taking a boat round as well as saying, showing photos, the aerial photos of the battle, when you're talking about. And then the German destroyer went and tried to hide behind the headland, and here's us in the boat going around the headland, so you can see exactly what they were trying to do.
And along comes Warspite.
Yes. Here is what's left of the German destroyer that tried to fight Warspite. The other one thing I do want to do when I've got a bit more time in Narvik is I need to scour some of the nearby hills, because there was, in the aftermath of the British destroyer flotilla that went in a couple of days earlier, as they were retreating, they came across the supply and ammunition ship Neuenfels, and shot it up, set it on fire, and then it promptly exploded. There you can still find fairly significant bits of Neuenfels scattered in the forests above the fjord. So I need to go and find those. But yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd say, not necessarily as a word of caution, but just to so people are aware. Norway is what I would consider, and actually Scandinavia as a whole is what I would classify as a low cost of living, high cost of luxury set of countries.
Yes, absolutely can agree with and support that. Given my experiences in Finland.
So for those of you who are unaware, basically what that means is if you're in the UK especially, we're at kind of the opposite, where you actually need quite a lot of money just to pay your rent or mortgage and your water, electricity, gas bills and get food, etc. But once you've cleared the threshold of earnings to pay for that, a relatively small increase in earnings past that actually allows you to do a fair bit. Whereas in Scandinavia, you can find somewhere to live and support yourself on surprisingly small amounts of money from the Scandinavians I talk to compared to what you have in the UK. But the cost of the luxury things like going to restaurants and so forth is much higher than it is in the UK, which is great if you live there. But if you are travelling there, obviously almost everything you do as a tourist is a luxury item, comparatively, which means it is somewhat expensive. So just be prepared for that if you go.
I mean, the nice thing about visiting Norway was it made Sweden feel less expensive.
Yes.
And the food wasn't that brilliant in Norway. There are far better offerings available in Sweden and in Finland. Yeah,
it's
the genuine Norwegian Italian restaurant in Norvik. Yeah, don't recommend it.
Yeah, I think on the theme of war crimes, I think there's a reasonably good chance that would be enough to trigger an Italian into committing war crimes if they saw it. Yeah, sorry for random assortment of picks gone up. Interesting ice cream with spruce tips. Kind of working my way back up. So it was the control panel for the 3 jet turbines. From Karlskrona. The spruce tip ice cream is from the Rex Museum. And tasted, unsurprisingly, a bit like plain freshener, but actually was very nice. And then the flags are battle standards, and one of them's got kind of some bits and pieces like a cloak and a sword and a partisan next to it, the scale, and so these are the kind of 6 foot by 6 foot silk, I think, normally battle end flags, and so 1 or 2 of them are Swedish, but most of the ones they have in the museum, particularly in the Army Museum, are ones they nabbed off the Russians, and it was mostly ones they nabbed off the Russians whilst fighting in Poland, I think. And they've got all this stuff up about how, oh, it's really terrible, you shouldn't take things in war, and da 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 da. By the way, here are rooms full of shit we stole from people in war. Which is and then more food, because food is important. I think, was that reindeer we had? I can't remember if it was reindeer. Was it reindeer?
That was reindeer. It was very tasty. Very tasty. I think highlight for me would have been Helsinki. I think out of the 3 countries, I found it the cheapest and the easiest to get round. It was the most accessible. Norway, they don't know what dropped curb is. So good luck if you're in a wheelchair or a mobility scooter or anything like that, because to them a dropped curb is about a foot high. So yes, that was interesting. But no, Semilina, there's not just the one museum, there's about 15 different museums on the island, and they're all well worth a visit. And Helsinki is really struggling at the moment because obviously the Russians next door are no longer coming because of all the sanctions. So I can highly recommend it for a long weekend. And the food was lovely. Oh, and you can actually go to an island that was a degaussing station during World War II, on which you can have a sauna and then have a luxury meal as well. So yes, and you can go and see all the degaussing equipment, which is still there at the back, and yeah, it's actually still probably operational as well if you found the right switch to press.
Well, gentlemen, unless anyone has anything else to discuss, I feel like with this coming up on 11 o'clock, and I also have to go to bed because I actually do work now to make money to pay for, you know, things. So I appreciate you all coming. I feel like that was a fairly detailed breakdown of the Scandiships trip. And I hope that everyone who was watching on Discord and YouTube enjoyed. So it's goodbye from me and from the rest of the members of the Shipshape crew currently here. Drac, Dan, and the Explosives Dan.
And if you want to have a look at what I was wearing when I was fighting in the Battle of Tewkesbury a week after we came back, there's a photo of that in the chat right now.
That is utterly incredible, and I love it. Right, folks, I will shut things down here unless anyone has any last bits they want to say.
No. Oh, the only thing to say is, yes, this is official Disney merch, so no, we shouldn't get a copyright ping. Disney World.
It's all right. It's all right. I use the Ramblings image for the background for these, so we're fine. No risk of copyright strike from visuals.
On a parking thought, new T-shirt because I went to the Hangar 42 Spitfire Heritage Centre at Blackpool Airport at the weekend, so I don't know if people can see front of my T-shirt. Okay, so basically it's a Spitfire Mark 9 on the front. And on the back it says, "No Fokker gets close."
Fantastic. And on...
I think I have a hat for you.
Again, sorry, Dan?
I think I have a hat for you for next time, which I actually grabbed in Oz. Falling over, sorry.
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. And it's Merlin, not Griffin, which is good.
Yep.
Because they've actually got one that's deconstructed and exploded, and you can see at Hangar 42, and it's really interesting to see how many different parts there are inside a Merlin engine. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the one that the Americans...
Which is why the Americans struggled with the early on, because they were like, how do we mass produce this? It's like, well, you've got to file this little bit down, and it was like, how do we mass produce this properly?
Yeah. Hand build a Merlin engine, you're looking at about 6 to 7 days. If you look at Packard, once they figured out how to do it, you could make one in about 3 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just sort of. So many good trips. Sorry, I'm looking at my collection of hats. All these trips.
Rightio, well, I'll head off.
Yeah.
See you all later.
Farewell, Drac, and farewell to the rest of you. I hope you've all had a fantastic time. Take care, folks, and I'll catch you all next time. Bye-bye!